well, nearing capacity. In 2019, Where the Mokes was opened its doors to help our growing numbers. Fast forward a few years later, and then once again, RME found itself at capacity. The decision to build Selma Elementary was made to help our growing numbers. At the beginning of this school year, Selma Elementary opened its doors. Yes, our enrollment has dropped. However, you can see that history has already repeated itself. 2 schools have already been built in Judson ISD to help the growing numbers at Rolling Meadows Elementary. With new construction happening in our areas, our numbers will rise again. So I'm asking you to please take this into consideration when making your decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Caparelli. Next up is Christy, and I'm so sorry.
Just call me W, everybody does.
Christy W. And on deck is Nicholas Gonzalez, and after that, Sarah Canales.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Christy Vlodarchik, and I'm here today to speak on behalf of Rolling Meadows Elementary. Judson ISD is facing a large deficit. We know difficult decisions must be made, but closing Rolling Meadows is not the responsible solution. It's short-sighted. When the Growth and Planning Committee reviewed school utilization data without names attached, Rolling Meadows was placed on the top 5 of the closure list. Yet when members were told that those numbers represented, they immediately said, absolutely not. They understood what those numbers didn't show about our culture, our growth, and our future, and we were removed from the list. And yet, on Friday the 13th, we found out through a board member's 4 a.m. Facebook post that Rolling Meadows was somehow placed back on the list. The board agenda was not posted for another 15 hours. That's not transparency, that's mistrust. That's irresponsible, reckless, and unprofessional. We, however, were the absolute epitome of professionalism as we loved on and taught our kids with smiles and hugs, even while we felt gutted. Rolling Meadows opened its doors in 2011. We're the newest campus on the list. Other schools being considered were built in the 70s and 80s. We're also the largest of the schools with room to grow, while they're landlocked with no room. It would cost JISD more in utilities to operate our empty campus building than it currently does. What's the savings in that? We're underutilized because the district opened Selma just 1.5 miles from us and redrew our boundaries, leaving us with an industrial park, railroad tracks, and aging neighborhoods. Our enrollment was reduced by district decisions, not by lack of demand. And yet, despite that, we're thriving. This year, under new leadership, Rolling Meadows is ranked 3rd in the district for reading and math growth. Our attendance is up for both students and staff because we love being there. Our campus culture is positive, welcoming, and bright. Just ask any district staff, cabinet, or board member that's actually visited us because those are their words, not mine. An administrative survey sent home before Christmas showed an unprecedented 93% positive from our families and 90% from our staff. That speaks volumes, and you should be listening. We're located in the fastest growing area of the district. A new neighborhood is being built adjacent to us, and new apartments going in our zone. Closing us now will just overcrowd surrounding campuses just as growth accelerates. We're not failing, we're not declining, we're rising. Closing us would not balance your spreadsheet. It would dismantle a community that is doing everything right. We ask you to reconsider, look at the growth, look at future development, look at data just beyond utilization numbers. Rolling Meadows is worth fighting for, and today I'm asking you to fight for us. Thank you kindly for the privilege of your time. My warmest regards, and of course, go Wolves. Oh!
Thank you, Ms. W. Next up is Nicholas Gonzalez. Then we have Sarah Canales and Heather Canales.
We're an involved community of moms and dads who volunteer at school. We raise money for campus improvements, and we work with teachers to provide the best possible future for our kids. And how do I know that that's impactful? Because Rolling Meadows staff knows our families on site, our campus is well maintained, and our math and reading proficiency scores are some of the highest in the district. Rolling Meadows isn't just a relatively newer campus with low maintenance costs. It's a model of excellence for how any elementary school should be run, a place that students and families can benefit from. In addition to its academic merits, it has a thriving infrastructure of amazing programs and organizations built in, like Watchdogs, which allows dads like me to be positive role models on campus, Adventure Club, which provides after-school care and educational support that we depend on, Play Enrichment Camp, which keeps our kids active physically and mentally all summer long. I Play, which introduces youth sports and promotes self-discipline. And an effective PTO that raises thousands of dollars to offset campus costs. So for us, the potential loss of Rolling Meadows isn't about starting at a new school. It's about the loss of these relationships. It's about the loss of quality academic progress. And it's about the loss of the synergy that exists between teachers, students, and us parents. And that's a synergy that cannot be recreated quickly or easily at another campus. So Rolling Meadows does not belong on this list. And in fact, up until about a week and a half ago, it wasn't on the list at all. And I can think of only one reason why things might have changed, and it has to do with the ill-timed opening of an unnecessary campus nearby. A campus, might I add, that is struggling, if not failing, to meet the needs of its students and families. So now Judson communities are closely watching the wild actions and rushed decisions of this board, and Greater San Antonio is now watching too. It's time to adjust course and right this ship and start making better decisions that are focused on real growth and opportunity for our kids. So keep Rolling Meadows open and thriving. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. Up next, we have Sarah Canales, and on deck, we have Heather Canales and Sergio Pata.
Good morning. My name is Sarah Canales, and I'm a proud fourth grade student here at Rolling Meadows Elementary School. My very first day of school was here at Rolling Meadows. I didn't just learn how to read and write in this building, I learned how to be brave. Brave enough to speak in front of you all today at the age of 9. How to be kind and how to believe in myself. This school is not just a place where I go every morning, it is the place that helps shape who I am becoming. When I hear that this might be my last year for Rolling Meadows students, it breaks my heart. This campus once held nearly 1,000 students. Our hallways were full of energy, laughter, and excitement. We used to have pre-K3 and pre-K4 here just last year. Our enrollment was double what it is now. We didn't choose for another elementary school to be built so close to ours, but that does not mean that our school no longer matters. Our school has room to grow. New houses and neighborhoods are being built all around us. Families are moving in, more children are coming. Rolling Meadows has space, strong teachers, and a strong community ready to welcome them. My family is a proud product of Judson ISD. We love this district so much that even though we live outside of it, we choose to make the drive every single day. The commute is worth it. It is worth it because of the teachers who stay late to help us. It is worth it because of the friendships we have built. It is worth it because of the growth my brother and I have experienced here. Rolling Meadows is not just a building. It is memories, it is friendships, it is opportunity, it is home. I have made so many friends here. I cannot imagine being separated and sent to different schools or even different districts. We have learned together, we have grown together, we deserve the chance to continue together. I understand that this is a difficult decision, but I ask you to please look beyond numbers on a page. Look at the students, look at our futures, look at the community that still believes in the school. Rolling Meadows still has so much life, so much heart, and so much potential. Please give our school the chance to continue growing within Judson ISD. Thank you all for listening.
Okay, up next we have Heather Canales, and on deck we have Sergio Pata and Marian Omar.
Sorry, she had to go before me. All right. As an advocate for my students and my team, I want to shed light on something unique to my campus, Rolling Meadows Elementary, that may not be reflected in the numbers on the pages. Picture a 3-year-old walking into school for the very first time. For any child, that is a big step. But this child coming to school because they have a disability, they need early intervention, something we all know is critical during those early developmental years. During their first year in ECSE, this child builds relationships, they learn to trust their teachers, they work with specialized tools, they begin overcoming challenges, they grow, not just academically, but socially and emotionally. Now that child turns 4, their program moves to another campus. Suddenly, everything is new again, new building, new teachers, new routines. The relationships that took a year to build are gone. A year later, at 5 years old, the possibility of another move becomes real because of their school may close. 3 schools in 3 years, and not because of anything that child did, but because of decisions adults made. That is not a hypothetical story. That's already happened to some of our ECSE students. That began at Wortham Oaks Elementary. That was their home campus for the ECSE program. When that program moved, Rolling Meadows became the closest campus, and we welcomed them. Now we face the possibility of losing them yet again. So I ask you, are we truly doing what is best for children when we require them to rebuild stability over and over again? At Rolling Meadows, our support systems are not accidental, they are intentional. We offer comprehensive services that meet students where they are and help them grow year after year. The only program that we do not have right now is our BAC, which we had last year but moved to Selma this year. Families choose to stay at Rolling Meadows because they see the growth. We have students in all of our programs from 3 years old until they're in 5th grade in essential academics. Families who have even asked us to follow their kids into middle school because of the trust and success they've experienced with us. Our special education team does extraordinary work every single day. What we provide is not just programming, it's consistency, relationships, and expertise and heart. I respectfully ask you to slow down and think deeply before making this decision. Stability matters, relationships matter, early intervention matters, community matters. We teach our students not to be followers, but to grow into leaders who make thoughtful, courageous decisions. And I hope today we model that same leadership for them. Thank you for your time, and truly consider what's best for our children.
Thank you, Ms. Canales. Next up is Sergio Pata, and on deck we have Miriam Omar and Heather Kemper.
Good morning. One of the first things that a child learns in a healthy home is trust. And I trust that each of you cares deeply about children as much as I do, and that you will carefully consider what is best for them. Rolling Meadows has helped me grow into my purpose. It's been therapeutic for me. And because this campus has invested in me so much, I have been able to then turn it around and pour that same care and attention and love and all those wonderful things into the children, especially for those children that might not have that at home. I can happily and confidently say that our campus does provide that stability, the love, the care, the attention that children need in our lives. And remember that it does help to be loved in order to live in this life. The love that my colleagues and I share with one another is clearly visible. I invite you to come and visit our campus. You'll see for yourself, especially on Friday mornings. Our students feel it, they see it, and when we love our job so much, and when we're passionate and in this profession, the students they thrive. That is the culture that we built at Rolling Meadows. And out of all the meaningless jobs that I've worked my entire life, I've never felt this way before. This job has a lot of meaning, a lot of purpose to me. I firmly believe that our numbers will recover. I've spoken to several families who have expressed interest in returning. They're like, hey, we want to come back. We miss you guys. I'm like, yes, definitely come back. We miss you too. Especially after hearing the renewed direction under our new leadership. Our amazing admin, they're doing wonderful things. The vibe is just palpable. Closing our campus now would be extremely premature, and there is no undo button. So remember that. Let that one sit in for a second, right? Our child's brain is shaped by early experiences. I learned that in college courses through childhood development. They learn by early experiences, stable relationships, and their sense of safety is still forming. At our campus, we provide that consistency and positivity and all the wonderful things that children need in order to grow. Now, the sad truth is that some schools will close, unfortunately. Foundations will be shaken, and the ones affected the most will be the very children that we swore to protect. I received a letter the other day in my mailbox at school. It was from a student that I've known since kindergarten. At the end of the letter, she said, I'm sorry for leaving. I had to step away for a minute to recollect my thoughts and emotions, and shows that our children are truly innocent, doesn't it? I know firsthand what it's like to grow without stability. My time is up. Thank you so much. I have one.
Miriam Omar up next, and on deck we have Heather Kemper and Sharisa Rhodes.
Good morning, members of the school board. My name is Miriam Omar, and I am a fifth grader at Rolling Meadows Elementary. I came here today to talk to you about why you shouldn't close down Rolling Meadows. I'm very proud to be a student at this school. I've learned so much there, and I've had so many great teachers who have helped me grow. On my recent mock star exams, I'm expected to exceed my grade level. I am a straight A student, and that is all because of the education and support I have received from my teachers. And that is all. This year, I am in the journalism club, and I am the co-editor of the newsletter. I am working on an article that highlights Rolling Meadows Elementary's 15th year anniversary. Rolling Meadows is a green school, meaning that all products and materials are made in Texas, and that it's an eco-friendly environment. This sets it apart from other elementary schools. The colors of the school are related to the Fiesta theme of San Antonio, while the blue forest resembles the Riverwalk. Because of this resemblance, many dignitaries from around the world came to visit our campus to learn more. At the time of their visit, the campus was participating in an around-the-world time-traveling project. On campus, our mission is to motivate, empower, and sprout thoughtful and respectful individuals. I will also leave a copy for you guys to read. There are so many extracurricular activities to choose from here, and if you take away Rolling Meadows, students won't be able to experience that joy. I'm also a part of Anchors for Life, NEHS, Safety Patrol, and UIL. I am now getting ready for the Battle of the Books with the support of Ms. Mendez, our amazing librarian, who has always supported me over the years. All of these opportunities have helped me grow as a student, gain confidence, and become a strong leader. Rolling Meadows is more than just a school. It's a positive atmosphere where everyone, from our principal, Ms. Rhodes, to our counselor, Ms. Patterson, to the custodial and cafeteria staff, works hard to make our school a welcoming place. We have morning recess, fun outdoor activities, and weekly den meetings to celebrate everyone's accomplishments. All this makes me feel proud to be part of our school. Even though I will be moving on next year and will not be at Rolling Meadows, this school will always be a part of me. I want future students to experience the same amazing teachers, friends, and opportunities that I have. When you make your decision, I hope you can put yourself in our place. Think back to your favorite school, your favorite teacher, or a special memory you had as a child. I hope you remember what it feels like to have a place where you feel safe, supported, and special. For me, that place is Rolling Meadows. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Omar. Up next is Heather Kemper, and on deck we have Sharisa Rhodes and Joshua Ellis.
That's kind of hard to follow. Good morning, board. My name is Heather Kemper. I'm a second grade teacher at Millers Point Elementary. I've been there for 5 years, and ever since I entered Millers Point, it's felt like a family. I felt valued, I felt listened to, I felt appreciated, not only by its staff, but also by the students that I've had in my classroom for the last 5 years. Speaking of the students, we have special populations in our campus, which I know other campuses do as well, but we have quite a few. Those kids need the stability and consistency throughout their education. If you close Millers Point, those kids are going to lose that stability, that love, that consistency that they are getting from those teachers at our campus that have been there since pre-K. Those kids include our essential academics, our BAC students, our Apple and Rice students, any students with special needs. They are the ones that need the most consistency and most stability. Throwing a wrench into their education is going to throw a wrench into how they're going to proceed in their education. Not only that, like I said, being at Millers Point has been amazing. With the administration supporting all their stuff, we are a family. We collaborate together. We do things together. Breaking us up is going to break up that family. I hope you take that into consideration. I know it's not an easy decision for you guys, but it's showing in our campus that it's a very hard decision. The kids are starting to realize this and see what's going on out in the community. Thank you for your time and have a great day.
Thank you so much, Ms. Kemker. Up next is Sharisa Rhodes, and on deck we have Joshua Ellis and Leah Schreier.
Good morning, Board of Trustees, and welcome, Dr. Jacklet. We're happy to have you. I am the principal of Rolling Meadows Elementary, where I previously served as assistant principal. And I want to share a letter that I've written to my staff with you. Okay? Rolling Meadows. I stand before you today with immense pride. Immense pride in how we have evolved as a staff community this year. Pride in how I've witnessed many of you step up in ways you hadn't before. Pride in how exuberantly you celebrate both student and colleague successes. As a new principal, you all know that one of my major goals has been to maintain an environment where both staff and students enjoy coming to school. That is not always easy in our field, as what we do as educators is hard. And then putting something like this on top of it makes it even harder. This year, I set out to communicate the thought that small drops of kindness or small drops of positive action can turn to ripples, which then can turn to great waves of positive change. I am astounded by the ways I've seen us step up this year. You're pushing boundaries. You are embracing change. You are trying new things. And all of it is with our students in mind. Yesterday, I was listening to one of you speak about our school, and I heard you say, our kids are happy. That's a wave. School should be a place where kids come to school and they are happy to learn. On another occasion, one of you sat before me and you told me, Miss Rhodes, I work hard because you work hard. That is a wave of change, as that grit and that just outright determination has not always come so easy for us. In a recent note that one of you in here wrote to me, you told me that you were proud of me. Proud of me. Thank you. Wow. Thank you, all of you. Thank you for everything you do. Whether you're here or you're watching from home, thank you for everything. Keep shining, keep focused. Keep that wave going. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Rhodes. Up next is Joshua Ellis, and on deck we have Leah Schreier and Ella Chapman.
Good morning, Board, Cabinet, Dr. Jacklet. I'm Joshua Ellis, Principal at Millers Point Elementary. Not here to argue against school closures. It's clear based on district enrollment trends that we can be more efficient. What I am here to speak about are concerns about the cuts that may follow the closures and concerns over whether we are considering the right campuses for consolidation. I know I speak for many elementary principals when I say that there are no more places on an elementary campus left to cut staff and still have a safe and academically successful campus. As a matter of fact, Millers Point, in my opinion, is understaffed in the area of special education and would require at least another resource teacher and instructional para to truly meet the needs of our students. The cost of payroll has increased over $50 million since the 2021 school year, but the tax rate has not. So while some of that payroll increase can be accounted for through positions moved off ESSER funds and onto local, the fact is a lot of the salary increases are because we gave raises to people that deserve them. But we didn't do anything to increase revenue. I understand some campuses need to be consolidated. It makes sense. There are also campuses that make more sense than others. As I reviewed the data shared with Growth and Planning, I struggled to understand how Millers Point, and even more Rolling Meadows, how we ended up on this list. The only thing I could figure was the committee fixated on utility costs per student. However, this metric would seem to matter relatively little, since when campuses consolidate, enrollment will increase, and that average will go down. And as you can see, NPE ranks 10th in capacity, and at our current enrollment, we could take around 225 to 250 more students and still be able to have space for our SPED units and other support classes. And according to the demographer, we are one of the only campus attendance zones that has land for future residential development. There are also 6 elementary campuses with older buildings and 14 campuses with a higher cost of priority 1 repairs. These would all seem to me to be reasons to not have NPE among the campuses being considered. While I know you all know that accountability is not supposed to be considered when making these decisions, but I also know that it's difficult to not consider certain things when decisions are close. So I will point out that there are 7 campuses with a lower accountability rating than NPE. I know you all have difficult decisions to make, and I hope they are what is best for the students of Judson ISD. Before the next wave of cuts happen, I also urge you to visit campuses and talk to the principals and staff and ask them where the campus can afford, if they can afford to lose any staff. I expect that you will find that the overwhelming response will be no. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ellis. Up next, we have Leah Schreier, and on deck, we have Ella Chapman and Liam Freeman.
Good morning, members of the board. I'm Leah Schreier. I've been teaching at Rolling Meadows since 2018. And I first want to thank you all for carefully listening to what we all have to say today. I understand that each of you are in a difficult position, and you're forced to make decisions that will be unpopular to some, but will hopefully save the future of our district. I want to ask 2 things of you as you go into these difficult decisions. First, I ask that you please stay focused on the salient facts. This is a terrible situation that we find ourselves in, and all over the district are families that love their schools, students who are well established in their learning communities, and teachers who understand the specific needs of their schools. None of us want our schools to be consolidated. But if the motivation for these consolidations is financial, it seems that the data that the decisions are based on should also be financial. Yep. I want to point out from the most recent board agenda, I'll address that in just a second, that Rolling Meadows has the 2nd largest capacity of the schools being considered. It also has the smallest amount of negative 5-year variance in enrollment. Rolling Meadows is the newest campus on the list by a decade, and it also has the best overall facility condition by over 8 percentage points. The data shows that Rolling Meadows is an up-to-date facility with steady enrollment and higher than district average test scores. The data does not support the consolidation of Rolling Meadows Elementary. Just because it might be an easy solution does not make it the right solution. Yes. The second thing I want to ask of you today is to consider how messy this process has been and is continuing to become. This month, in February, we've had 4 different superintendents. Judson ISD has been the subject of various news articles that frankly are embarrassing to our entire community. You all are our leaders. Our community elected you because we trust you to give us what we need and what we require to be a successful school district. Please try to consider the way that changing agendas, decisions that are being made behind closed doors, and let me just go aside for a moment. I made this morning when I arrived, and the agenda has been changed again. On February 10th, a board agenda was posted that R&E was not listed as a subject of consolidation. Then, as my colleague already mentioned, on February 13th, we found out from social media that Rolling Meadows was back on the list. On February 18th, I viewed a board agenda that had Rolling Meadows on some of the maps, but not all of them. And then last night, at 4:36 p.m., I saw that the board agenda had been changed again, and the attachments were different. I arrived this morning to see a map that does not even show Rolling Meadows on it. Our attendance district is split down the middle, color-coded, half to wear the moats and half to center. Please consider the way your leadership is going to influence this process, and please do your very best to show us the type of leadership that this community needs and deserves. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Schreier. Up next, we have Ella Chapman, and on deck, we have Liam Freeman and Heather Smith.
Good morning. My name is Ella Chapman, and I'm a very happy fourth grader at Rolling Meadows Elementary. Today, I would like to share with you why my school should not be recommended for closure this coming school year. Rolling Meadows opened March 10th, 2011. Our school is a green school space. When the school was being built, it was built with the room for a large number of students in comparison to other schools on the list. This campus once held a bunch of students. The hallways, classroom, and pods, they are all full of laughter, happiness, and joy. Last year, our enrollment was double what it is now. The enrollment decreased due to opening a new school down the road. We didn't need a new school right next to Rolling Meadows. The existence of a new school does not mean our school does not exist or matter anymore. Rolling Meadows is full of memories, friendship, awesome staff, and the opportunity to learn and us most call it home. It is truly sad to hear that we could possibly be letting go of all the memories and all the Rolling Meadows wolves. The staff at Rolling Meadows has helped me learn so much through 5 years and have always cared for me and my friends, and all the awesome staff under the leadership of Teresa Rhodes and Robert Barton. Please keep Rolling Meadows open. Thank you for letting me share too.
Thank you, Ms. Chapman. Up next, we have Liam Freeman, and on deck, we have Heather Smith and Ms. Carrie Savage-Egg.
Hello, my name is Liam Freeman, and I'm a fifth grader at Rolling Meadows Elementary. I have attended Rolling Meadows since pre-K, and our campus is such a great school. Shutting it down will cause bonds and relationships to crumble. Rolling Meadows is a place that makes students feel safe, loved, and if we are safe and loved, and if we are close, those feelings are gone. This may also lead our teachers to not be able to find a loving community like our own. Sure, they will be able to meet and bond with other people, but it will not be the same as it is here at Rolling Meadows. This past year, our campus has decreased in population drastically due to a new elementary being opened a few miles away from Rolling Meadows. Our school community has already had to cope with a restructuring that has caused us not to be able to interact with friends that we have had for years. This closure and consolidation would make us all have to repeat the loss of our friendships all over again. Closing down the school is shutting down love, kindness, and safety. Our school is also capable of holding hundreds of more students, which will be needed in the future due to more homes and apartments being built in our area. RMA is more than just a building. It is where we learn important lessons and make lifelong friends. Many students have spent most of our childhood here at RMA. This school has helped shape who we are. Thank you to all the amazing teachers who have helped me throughout my school career so far. Wolves thrive in a pack. Don't separate the pack that we have here at Rolling Meadows Elementary. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman. And up next, we have Heather Smith. On deck, we have Carrie Savage-Egg and Ms. Shona Houlihan.
Good morning, my name is Heather Smith and I'm here to represent Brandon's Leadership Academy. And I want to say, like she said earlier, when we came in this morning, it feels like our attendance is futile when you already see your school removed from the list of campuses because it's already been recommended. And you say you're here to hear the community, but decisions look like they've already been made. However, Brandon is a B-rated campus. It's not failing, it's not underperforming, it is B-rated. We earn that rating through our relentless work as a Leader in Me campus. We've received 0 district funding to support that designation. The leadership systems, student development programs, and culture that earn that B were built by staff without additional financial support. It's not a campus in decline, it's a campus that's committed to excellence. We're told that this is about declining enrollment, yet Friends has the room to grow. We have the physical capacity to take on more students right now. If enrollment is declining, why close a campus that can absorb growth and has proven its capabilities? Give us more students to fill our classrooms. We would love to have them and build them into the leaders that we know they are capable of becoming. Parents have already stated that if Friends closes, they will be moving their students to charter schools. That does not solve enrollment decline, it accelerates it. Families are watching the tone of the leadership. They see conflict, they see division, and they see tension instead of collaboration. They're making decisions about whether this district feels stable enough to keep their students here. If students are leaving, we need to ask why, and whether the climate at the top is playing a role. And that brings me here. Ms. Poteet, these are the students in your district, the children that you were elected to represent. The decisions that you make tonight affect their stability, their relationships, and their daily lives. And if there's any guaranteed vote to keep Friends open, it should be yours. Your loyalty should be to the students that you were elected to represent. According to your quote on March 31st, 2025, for the San Antonio Report, you said, "My goal is to make informed decisions, and transparency is key. I will engage with parents, teachers, and staff to ensure decisions are made with long-term success in mind." I represent teachers, I represent staff. That's our staff, that's our teachers, that's our families. We have had zero engagement. So I have a question for you. What is painted on the wall immediately when you walk into the doors at Friends? I will enlighten you, since you have not come to our campus, outside of a visit to celebrate our B rating. It's a mural highlighting the habits of healthy leaders. Habits that center on responsibility, integrity, and collaboration, putting first things first. And it's worth you revisiting, taking some time to come to our campus and synergize with our young leaders and learn what it means to truly be a leader. When you vote on the future of our campus, it's not a spreadsheet. You're voting on stability, leadership, and community that deserves a decision that's rooted in engagement, not optics. Thank you.
Up next, we have Carrie Savage Egg, and on deck, we have Shauna Houlihan and Kelly Holder.
Good morning, Judson ISD Board, Dr. Joplin, and Cabinet. My name is Carrie Savage Egg, and I am the proud principal of Friends Leadership Academy. Today I stand before you with pride, but also with urgency, because we have been at this crossroads before. Each time the future of our school has hung in the balance, and each time we have risen. Friends Leadership Academy is not just a campus, it is not just enrollment numbers, it is a family, a safe haven, a lifeline. It is not just a building or brick and mortar. So let me say this clearly. If you bring us the students, we will raise them up. We are a team committed to academic, personal, and community growth. Every child who walks through our doors becomes part of a culture that lifts, supports, and believes in them. Expanding our boundaries expands our impact, opening our arms to new families and ensuring every child receives the high-quality instruction, care, and opportunity they deserve. Because no matter how lines shift, our mission does not. We lift students higher, every one of them. We proudly stand as one of the top 3 elementary schools in Judson ISD in our B rated. But our work reaches far beyond academics. At Friends Leadership Academy, we shape leaders. We serve some of the district's most diverse and unique needs, including Boysville students, DAEP, ECSE, Essential Academics, BAC, District Child Kind, and District Assistive Technology. And we do all this while maintaining a campus culture where students lead, setting goals, tracking progress, conferencing with guests, and articulating their own growth. If you walk our halls, you see something rare, children who believe deeply in who they are becoming. Many of you have witnessed this firsthand, and I thank you. But for some, including our own board representative, have not yet had the chance. So today I extend a sincere invitation. Come see who we are, and we're a new campus. So I ask you, not just as a principal, but as someone who has witnessed the life-changing power within the building. Do not close our school. Stand with us as we stand with every child who walks through our doors. Bring us the students. We will raise them up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And up next, we have Shauna Houlihan. And on deck, we have Kelly Coulthard and Margaret Linden.
Good morning. So I'm gonna wing it. I've been at Fran's for 32 years. And this is more than brick and mortar to me. You cannot break this up and move us around. We're a team. There's no I in team. You can't move us to this campus or that campus. It's not gonna change their grade. We're a B-rated school. It's so easy to say brick and mortar and to have, you know, that said, when visitors haven't come in to see what we do, we are a leadership academy. We've had San Antonio ISD come and visit us a few times, and our leaders greet them. And I know our cabinet members have been greeted by these cute little greeters. And they walk into the library and they show them their portfolios. We do a lot at Fran's, and we always have. If they would just redo the lines, because you redid the lines when Rolling Meadows was built, took 150 students away from us. Redo the lines, that's all you need to do, and not close us. I know we're old, I get it, but the Alamo is still standing. There are so much more that we do, to be honest. Like, within our little unique gem of a school that we're tucked in the Oaks over here in the city of Live Oak, we work with this community. We have Live Oak PD. They support us by doing the bike rodeo. They do electives with our 4th and 5th grade students in the last 9 weeks. They have bought us cross guard stuff. They do the drug week, ribbon week. They do all of that. The fire department, since we're so close, we get to walk to the fire department, and the kids get to do that during fire prevention week. We do fire posters with them, animal control, they do career day with us. The mayor attends events, and it's just something like in a big city, if you move us to San Antonio, that's not the community that's gonna get this. And I will say, I feel very, very safe being right here by the fire department, because they're there. They're gonna respond before Judson gets there. I love Judson, but they will honestly get there. They have a SWAT team, they have drones, they have it all. I have their cell phone numbers. And we are unfortunately one of the schools without a full-time police officer. I feel safe. If y'all close my school, look at this face, it will be the last face that walks out that door, and you might have to remove me from the premises. But if you do, will you please send a good-looking cop?
Up next, we have Kelly Coulthard, and on deck, we have Margaret Linton and Addison Covington.
Hello. This is way beyond my comfort zone, but there is no way I'm gonna let my campus be talked about and not represent my kids. So bear with me. Fran's has been a part of my life since I was a child when my mom worked here. I moved back home when positions became available, and only because beloved teachers had retired. In 2012, I was blessed to officially join this family, and I cannot imagine serving anywhere else. Fran's is not just a campus, it's a continuity. It is a legacy. It builds relationships and has for decades. I now teach children and former students, middle schoolers, high schoolers, graduates, and even a recent visit from a doctor. Still return, still reach out, and still call this place home. A place that boys-filled children find home when they're taken from their families. They find comfort with us. That kind of impact cannot be manufactured or relocated. If Fran's were separated or dismantled, that spark that makes it thrive would be lost. What we have here is not interchangeable, it is not transferable, and it is not something that can simply be absorbed elsewhere without consequence. The deficit created would extend way far beyond finances. It would be relational, emotional, and deeply community rooted. We've become a B campus and a leadership academy while the district is struggling. And in case some of you have forgotten, last year when we were here, we had children waiting for hours because the agenda was manipulated. We had kids who had to leave on a Thursday night because they had school the next day. And when adults who stayed wanted to speak for them, they wouldn't let them. So, I will not let my babies be unvalued. I will still speak for them. Oh my gosh.
You've got this, Ms. Coulthard. Keep
My
going.
name is Jim Madriscoll. I attended at Franz from pre-K to 5th grade. I'll tell you my story, but I can't without telling you the wonderful staff at Franz. Every day since pre-K, the staff were loving with open arms and a big smile. From the office staff to janitors to the cafeteria ladies, paras, teachers, and coaches, they were all so incredibly kind and supportive. I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for Franz. In 3rd grade, I was offered a chance to join student council. 4 years later, I have been in student council nonstop and have been elected president once and secretary twice. I am also in National Junior Honor Society. If you shut down Franz, you won't be shutting down the school, you'll be shutting down the community. And you won't be separating coworkers, you'll be separating a family. That's for you, Jim.
Thank you, Ms. Coulthard. Up next, we have Margaret Linton, and on deck, we have Addison Covington and Penelope Covington.
Good morning, my name is Margaret Linton, and my children have attended Millers Point Elementary for the last 10 years. We moved out of Northeast ISD from Windcrest Elementary to Millers Point, and I'm going to tell you the impact on my children so you understand the foundation. My son has autism, and we spent a little over 39 weeks at Windcrest Elementary, where we were told he would be nonverbal for the rest of his life. Less than 19 weeks at PPCD, which is now he spoke his first 2 words, non-prompted, and it has been nonstop. Every single milestone, tying his shoes, being potty trained, learning how to read, that has been from Millers Point. My youngest also has autism and epilepsy. She attends Millers Point. She's in 4th grade right now. Now that her epilepsy is controlled, she has made milestones. She has met goals meant for a year under her special education in less than 6 months. The staff is phenomenal. My oldest spent 9 weeks with Millers Point before her immune system crashed. She has to be online schooled because of it, but in her mind, Millers Point was always the place where she wants to go. She supports that campus. She is a junior in high school. When she graduates, the school she wants to walk from is to go back and say, look, I made it. This is my campus. This is a family. They gave my children the foundation to succeed. And I taught there. I was a substitute. I made sure to fill the gaps where needed. I've watched these children grow. I will continue to support them however need be. And this family, even when my kids aren't there, they always check in. How's Andrew? How's Rose? How are they growing? What are they doing? They're going to lose that foundation and trust if you take that campus from them. That's all I have to say.
Thank you so much, Ms. Linton. Up next is Addison Covington, and on deck we have Penelope Covington and Melissa Covington.
Hello, my name is Addison Covington, and I'm a former student of Franz Leadership Academy, and my mom has been a teacher there for 20 years. Please do not shut down Franz. The possibility of closure last time was already difficult, especially for the kids. I know this because my sister is currently enrolled. I've seen firsthand how much the school means to them. They truly love their teachers, their friends, and the community they are a part of. Splitting these kids up would be heartbreaking. Forcing them into a new environment away from the people and routines they feel safe with is unfair and disruptive to their sense of stability. Schools thrive on community, relationships, and consistency, and France has all of that. I'm currently a sophomore in high school. That being said, me and my friends still keep in touch with our teachers from France. 5 to 6 later after going to France, almost all of us still visit because we miss the environment and the people. I grew up here. This is my home. Franz Leadership Academy is a B-rated school with a strong community, dedicated staff, and incredible students. This school is more than numbers on a screen. They're real people. Please think about the families, the teachers, and most importantly, the children before making this decision.
Thank you so much, Ms. Covington. Up next, we have Penelope Covington with Melissa Covington on deck and Amy Jackson on deck as well.
Hello, my name is Penelope, and I'm a 4th grader at Franz Leadership Academy. I'm here because I don't want my school to close. My school isn't just a building, it feels like my second home. It feels like a second home because every morning Ms. Biggins says, "Hi, good morning," and it makes me feel welcome. I also know I'm not going to get judged here. I feel accepted if my school closes. Kids like me will lose people who know us and care about us. My school isn't just a building, it's a place where kids can grow. I have dyslexia, and my teacher cheers me on and helps me if I get stuck. They make me feel safe enough that I can stand up here today in front of you. If my school closes, many of us will be separated from our friends, our teachers, and the grown-ups who know us and care about us. My school isn't just a building, it gives kids special opportunities. I'm on the dance team, and did you know we performed at the Spurs game? We did so good that they asked us to come back next year for their home openers. If my school closes, kids like me could lose opportunities like this to experience. Franz Leadership Academy matters, and we matter. Please don't just think about the money, think about how closing our school will affect our lives, the students. Please don't take away the place that feels like home. Please let us keep learning and growing together. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Ms. Covington. And up next, we have Melissa Covington. And on deck, we have Kami Jackson and Monica Walker.
Okay, you just heard my two daughters speak. They both went through Franz. My name is Melissa Covington. I've worked in the district for 20 years, and every one of them has been at Franz. The reason I've stayed in Judson is because of Franz. I grew up in Church Cibolo. I could have sent them to Church Cibolo. I chose to bring them here, and that there's a reason why, because of Franz. Franz is one of the, I stayed in this school because we're facing closure for reasons outside of our control. Franz is one of the oldest schools in the district, which gives us a rich history and deep roots. The building may need repairs and requires upkeep. But if the plan is to repurpose the building rather than sell it, then those repairs will happen anyway. So closing the school because of repair costs doesn't make sense. Enrollment versus capacity has also been mentioned. Many of you board members have walked our halls, but the person who represents us has not. We've been there one time. So let me tell you some of the programs we serve that may not be up to capacity, but they are important. Our BAC unit, ECSE, Essential Academic Skills Classes, and BAP. We also have a sensory room designed to support students who need regulation, yes. These programs require space, flexibility, and a campus built around the needs of these students. Sorry. And something that hasn't been discussed enough is this. Franz is a B-rated school. In a district that is struggling with accountability, the idea of breaking apart one of the few successful schools is confusing and disheartening. We earn the B because of our building, our people, and our leadership, working together in a culture that has taken years to build. What's not been doubted is our family. The relationships, the stability, and the trust that define our campus. Our students know they are seen, supported, and understood. Families feel connected. Staff work as a unified team. This is not something that you can create simply by moving people around. I've heard board members say, it isn't just the brick and mortar, it's the people that make the school. That's insensitive. You would be dismantling the very people, relationships, and systems that have created our success. What we have built inside the brick and mortar is what makes France thrive. School culture is not portable. It doesn't instantly rebuild in a new place or with new combinations of staff and students. It takes time, consistency, and years of shared experience. Friends is more than a building, it's a community, it's a family, and when the community is torn apart, our kids lose the support and structure they depend on. Friends is working, Friends is strong, and what we have built worth protecting. I'm asking you to keep us together because our students deserve the stability, success, and community that Friends provides. Also, I think it's disrespectful that our board president is not here to hear all of us today. It's also disheartening to look at the maps feeling like the decision has already been made. If it has, what is the point of all of us coming up here and speaking and y'all discussing? Thank you for listening and the consideration.
Thank you so much, Ms. Covington. Up next, we have Kami Jackson, and on deck, we have Monica Walker and Maddox Capistran.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kami Jackson. All 7 of my students have attended Judson ISD, and I've been actively involved in this community ever since. For 12 years, I've been a proud teacher at Millers Point Elementary and have served the Judson ISD as an educator and a parent. I'm here to share a success story from the front lines of our district. Under the leadership of Principal Joshua Ellis, MPE has undergone a cultural transformation. We have achieved what every school strives for: low teacher turnover and student and family engagement. Because our teachers want to stay, we've built a family with a high level of teamwork and cohesiveness that directly translates to the classroom. Our students are happier, our teachers and families are more supported, and our academic scores are trending upwards as a result. I implore you to keep Millers Point open. To end, I would like to say as an educator that I teach my students that true conflict resolution means attacking the problem, not the person. It has been heartbreaking to say that the behaviors I've witnessed from this board recently do not reflect the values that we instill in our children every day. MPE's success is built on mutual respect and a shared mission. I urge this board to look at the stability that we have created at our campus and adapt that same spirit of professional decorum. Our students, our community are watching. Please lead them by example. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Jackson. Up next, we have Monica Walker, and on deck, we have Maddox Capistran and Monroe Capistran.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Monica Walker, and I am a parent of a 3rd grade student at Millers Point Elementary. I chose Judson as a school district because I am part of the Judson School District. I graduated from Judson, my brother graduated from Judson, and I chose Millers Point because I saw the family that they created with the district, with their kids. I understand that the district is facing a difficult budget deficit and must make hard choices. But I respectfully ask you to look closely at whether closing this campus will truly save money and at what cost. At our school, many students are car riders and walkers. If the campus closes, that means you have to purchase new buses. That means you have to hire new bus drivers. You have to train those bus drivers. You have to offset for fuel by closing 3 elementary school campuses. You have to purchase all new buses. You will have a difficult enough time getting bus drivers in, keeping those bus drivers. Where is that going to lead us? To more of a deficit. The impact goes far beyond transportation and budgets, though. This school is staffed by dedicated educators and support staff who have served this community for years. Many have taught entire families, siblings, their own children. They've watched everyone they've known grow up, graduate, come back, decide to teach with the school. Many have walked the halls as parents and now as students with parents at the school. When we close a neighborhood school, we risk taking away a safe, familiar place that many children rely on just not for learning, but for consistency, connection, and support. Our students thrive at Millers Point. Our educators thrive at Millers Point. Our families thrive at Millers Point. I urge the board to carefully weigh both the true financial impact and the human impact before making this decision. Please don't balance the budget on the backs of the very children and educators we are here to serve. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Ms. Walker. And up next, we have Maddox Capistran, and on deck, we have Monroe Capistran and Patricia Neal.
Hello, my name is Maddox Capistran and I'm a 4th grader at Millers Point Elementary. I am here today because I don't want my school to get shut down. Millers Point is unlike any other school. There is a place for everyone here. The teachers have an unbelievable love for the students that I cannot explain. All students and parents have a special bond with the teachers and staff. I love coming to school here and I am performing better academically than I did at my old school. I want to end my elementary era where it all began at Millers Point Elementary. Thank you for your time and consideration. God bless.
Thank you so much, Ms. Capistran. And up next, we have Monroe Capistran. And on deck, we have Patricia Neal and Donna Grimmer.
Good morning, Judson ISD Board and community members. My name is Monroe Capistran. I am a 5th grader at Millers Point Elementary. I am here to speak about not closing my school. Last year, I attended my home campus, an A-rated school. However, I began to struggle academically and emotionally. I found myself dreading to go to school all year long. Since there was such a drastic change in myself, my parents moved me back to Millers Point Elementary where I feel at home. I have phenomenal teachers, Mr. Hudson and Mrs. Haberman, that have helped me fall in love with learning again. All the staff and teachers are amazing and very kind. I hope you reconsider closing Millers Point Elementary. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Capistran. And up next, we have Patricia Neal. And on deck, we have Donna Grimmer and Angela Capistran.
Hi, my name is Trish Neal. I have been part of the staff of Franz Learning Academy going on 25 years. Franz is not just a place to work, it is a place that feels like home, not only to the staff, but the students and families. Generations of students have attended Franz. They have made the choice to come to our school even after moving to another part of the Judson District. Franz has a unique blend of students that match so well with the Franz staff. They come to us from all walks of life and we welcome them all. Though our school is small, it has a mighty impact on the students for years to come. Franz is the center of Live Oak. Therefore, the community and the city involvement with our school adds to an additional benefit for our students. Please keep Franz open. We're helping our students and the community each day. We're open. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Ms. Neal. And up next, we have Donna Grimmer. And on deck, we have Angela Capistran and Katya Werner.
Good morning. My name is Donna Grimmer. I have a grandson that goes to Franz Elementary. I have never seen a school so dedicated to their students. My grandson went to a school last year, didn't know how to read, wrote terribly, and didn't want to go to school. We switched him over to Franz. He is reading, he's writing. He goes to bed early, wakes up in the morning, can't wait to go to school. He's in the activities of I Play and enjoys it. He's already told us that if you close down Franz, he is not going to wake up to go to another school. That broke my heart. Please keep Franz open. They are a great school, loving family. They have taught myself about school. I wasn't good in school, but I want my grandson to be good. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Warner. And up next, we have Angela Capistrand, and on deck, we have Katia Warner and Brittany Garcia.
Hello, good morning. My name is Angela Capistrand. I have been an employee of Judson ISD for the last 15 years. However, today, I am a parent because before I am an educator, I am a parent. Miller's Point is more than just a building where lessons take place. It is a community that has shaped my daughter's confidence, curiosity, and sense of belonging. The staff and teachers here are unlike any other. I promise you, if you don't believe me, come visit us, you'll see. Come on. They don't just teach in textbooks, they truly know each child as an individual. They wake up early, they stay late, they show up for games, performances, and most recently, a recital. Excuse me, I lost my place. They check in when something seems off. They truly care beyond the classroom, investing in our children, not only as students, but as people. And as a parent, is that not what we want the most? Closing this school would mean losing a place where children are genuinely seen, supported, and inspired every single day. God bless you, thank you for your time, and don't forget, jets fly high.
Thank you, Ms. Capistrand. Up next, we have Katia Warner, and on deck, we have Brittany Garcia and Janae Patterson.
Good morning. My name is Katia Warner. I'm a kindergarten teacher at Millers Point Elementary. I just want to say that working at Millers Point has been amazing. Working there has been, we feel valued and appreciated as an individual and educator. The staff at Millers Point is like a family for many. The students come to school every day excited to learn. Every day I wake up excited to go to work and to see my fellow staff members and students. By closing Millers Point and potentially nearby schools would send students to the same handful of nearby schools. That influx risks overcrowding those classrooms. Larger classroom sizes make it harder for any teacher, no matter how dedicated, to give every child the individual attention they deserve. Teachers already juggle diverse needs, academic, emotional, behavioral, and bigger groups mean more time managing the room and less time teaching and connecting with each child. Research shows overcrowded classrooms lead to higher stress for educators, more distractions and challenges in meeting every student's unique requirements. I have been at Millers Point for 5 years and can't imagine leading the staff and students that I have come to love over these years. I am proud to be a Jet and to be a part of such an amazing family. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Warner. And up next, we have Brittany Garcia. And on deck, we have Janae Patterson and Marissa Trevino.
Good afternoon, board. I'd love to say hello and thank you for listening to my plea today. I stand here today not just to oppose the closure of Franz, but to advocate for equity, stability, and responsible decision making. Franz is more than a school building, and it's a neighborhood school. The majority of students live nearby. Many of us walk to campus each morning, and that proximity matters. It creates safety, consistency, and accessibility for families, especially for parents who don't have reliable transportation. That's a big thing right now. People don't have cars and don't have the ability to buy a car right now because of costs, just like a bus. From financial standpoints, it also raises a question: if students are reassigned farther from home, transportation costs will increase. Fueling additional buses and extending routes and managing logistics comes with a price. Before closing the neighborhood school where students already live within walking distance, we must consider whether we are truly saving money or simply shifting the cost elsewhere.
Equity must be central to this conversation. School closures often impact communities with fewer resources the hardest. Removing a leadership-focused campus from this neighborhood reduces access to opportunity rather than expending it. I did see also that the map has taken Franz off and reallocated it to Crestview, which seems like it's already been determined. We don't have to choose between efficiency and equity. With thoughtful boundary adjustments and internal consolidation, we can preserve a school that serves its community well. Franz Academy is accessible and is purposeful and is needed. Closing it would create instability for families and create increasing transportation burdens and removing a vital neighborhood resource. Strengthening it would demonstrate a commitment to equity, community, and smart planning. Please just change the district lines and boundaries to include more students, and we would be fine. Thank you for your time, and I hope you'll have a great afternoon.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia. And up next, we have Janae Patterson. And on deck, we have Marissa Trevino and Levi Jones.
Hello, everyone. My name is Janae Patterson, and I'm the counselor at Rolling Meadows Elementary. I have been the counselor there since it opened and have been an employee of the district for 17 years. I am also a proud product of the district as an alumni of Woodlake Hills Middle School and Judson High School. I live in the district and my boys attend schools in the district. I think I meet just about every stakeholder category that there is. I say all of this to illustrate that I have long been a part of this community and district. I purposely came here to work, and I live here because I love Judson ISD and I'm very invested in what happens in our community. All of our schools have amazing students, staff, programs, and cultures. I know people at just about every campus, and I wish none of our schools had to close. But unfortunately, this is where we are. Therefore, I would like to advocate for you all to make a decision based on data, particularly the financial data, since financial exigency is what got us here. The data tells us the following. Rolling Meadows is one of the district's newer elementary schools as it opened in 2011. Rolling Meadows is also in great condition with low facility assessment priority 1 costs, only behind 4 other newer elementary schools in the district, none of which are being considered for consolidation. Therefore, Rolling Meadows will cost less to maintain and the building should last for a longer period of time. It also has a vast capacity, so it can accommodate a large number of students, which we had for many years before 2 new schools opened. This capacity may be needed on the far north end of the district again at some point, where the demography report shows so much growth for that school. Rolling Meadows is the next closest school. Rolling Meadows should have never been placed on the consolidation list. It does not make financial sense to close us. I echo what a previous speaker said, that it seems that the Growth and Planning Committee overly focused on enrollment numbers and utilization while ignoring the financial data. The district then tried to correct this mistake by removing us from the consolidation list, but there was a lot of pushback to this, and so sadly, here we are. As I previously stated, I wish all of our schools could stay open. My heart goes out to all of us as we work through this situation and everything it will entail, but especially the schools being consolidated. We will all have to come together as a district to support the affected students, staff, and communities. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much, Ms. Patterson. And up next, we have Marissa Trevino. On deck, we have Levi Jones and Missy Bolderas.
Good morning. Dr. J stated Judson ISD reflects a community of families, educators, and leaders committed to making a meaningful difference in the lives of children. My children have been in the district for 5 years. This year, we sold our home, bought a new one, and intentionally stayed in the district, only to find ourselves 4 months later facing the possible closure of Rolling Meadows Elementary. You see, Rolling Meadows is a Title I campus with about 62% of students identified as at risk. 74% of these students do not use district transportation. That could increase your transportation costs by $500,000 a year for Rolling Meadows alone. I ask you to consider campuses that bus the majority of their students currently in order to gain max debt return for your district. Your projected fall enrollment for Rolling Meadows is about 400 students. That is a result of the bond approval for Selma Elementary. And the goal was to alleviate the major growth in the area, which was presented as an asset. However, now Rolling Meadows is being considered for closure due to low utilization numbers. While Rolling Meadows may be a C-rated campus, it shows more academic growth compared to other elementary schools in the district that are rated D or F, yet not being considered for closure. As a Title I school, it also receives additional federal funding that supports student success. Isn't that what we want? By closing this campus, you are creating feelings of displacement and confusion for our children and your staff. Many children have built lasting relationships with teachers and staff who have provided layers of support for our students, only for you to consider dispersing these students across schools because it's an easy way out of debt. Is that your definition of a meaningful difference? In just 4 months, I've seen the meaningful differences this campus makes. Aside from academics, my child knows Miss Rhodes, Mr. Garza, and Miss Patterson because they recognize her. I hear stories at dinner time of great school days, not only because of friends, but because of the adults that make her feel included. Her teacher, Ms. Chapman, sends home personal You're Glowing awards. The campus hosts student award ceremonies quarterly, something only done once a year at her previous Judson Elementary School. Our child feels appreciated for her hard work and effort she puts into attending school every single day. A meaningful difference in a way that we have not experienced at any other Judson Elementary campus. If you drive in our neighborhood, you would see children playing outside together. And at dismissal, you would see staff helping students and their families walk home safely because we are a community that looks out for each other. And we are asking you to preserve our neighborhood school and reconsider this closure now and for the future. So we need you to be the leaders to carry on with making a true meaningful difference for our children's lives at Rolling Meadows Elementary School. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Trevino. Up next, we have Levi Jones, and on deck we have Missy Balderas and Jana Ox.
Good morning, board members. My name is Levi Jones. I'm a parent of special need children. Right now, as the school closures are going along, this will be the 3rd year in a row that my children will not have a place that is stable and for their education needs. I have been bounced around between many different schools due to program changes. With that being said, I currently attend Park Village, Blended Learning Academy. My children have been at Spring Meadows. They received exceptional support while there. However, the continued transition from year to year as parents, we don't know what school we're going to be at next year. Hartman Elementary does not have a special needs program for my children to attend, even though that's our home campus. So as this goes forward, please look at the community that we are trying to educate. And please do not rob my children of their educational success. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. And up next, we have Missy Balderas, and on deck, we have Jana Ox and Amanda Gonzalez.
Good morning. It is 6:45 a.m. Buses have arrived and the doors have opened, ready to begin a new day. The building begins to fill with good mornings, buenos dias, and huge smiles at Spring Meadows Elementary and Spring Meadows College Prep. College prep models are designed to support students in being college and career ready. In college prep schools, students have access to college-ready instruction and are given support, tools, inspiration they need to meet rigorous academic goals. I stand before you today as the proud principal of Spring Meadows Elementary and Spring Meadows College Prep. 2 campuses under one roof with the exact same mission. We are college bound and we unite with the community to prepare our students for a choice-filled life. We equipped our students to be problem solvers, critical thinkers, advocates, and resilient leaders. I am blessed and honored to work with and lead the most amazing, dedicated staff any principal could ask for. I go to school every day for the students in our building and the staff. I tell them this often, and they are the reason I stand here today. I ask our staff to please continue to show up just as you do every day with passion, patience, and purpose for our students. I want to say thank you to our amazing staff from the bottom of my heart for all the hard work and the unwavering dedication and your commitment to our students' success. As we navigated through some new initiatives, embraced new ways of thinking and teaching, they leaned into the challenges and all of the changes with grace and determination, always keeping what matters most at the center, our students. I want to say thank you to the most amazing leadership team that one person could ever work with. I want to acknowledge their dedication, collaboration, and the care that they pour into every student that walks through our door. You make our school a place where students feel safe, supported, and inspired. I truly could not do this job without you. Your hard work and dedication do not go unnoticed by me. And to the board, as you prepare to cast your vote regarding the potential school closures, I respectfully ask that you take into full consideration the strength, the resilience, and the growth of our campus community. Our school is more than just a building. It's a place where students feel safe, they feel supported, and they are known. It is a place where dedicated staff works tirelessly to foster academic progress, emotional well-being, and strong relationships with families. I respectfully urge the board to weigh the strengths of our school in your decision. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Valderas. Up next, we have Jana Ox, and I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing that.
My name is Jana Oaks, and my son Dean began at Rolling Meadows when he was just 3 years old in the ECSC program. At that time, he had a vocabulary of about 30 words, and was terrified to go to school. I never expected our public school journey to begin at age 3, and I was terrified. But the teachers and staff at Rolling Meadows created a safe, nurturing environment that changed our lives. Today, he is 5 and a half and is getting ready to attend kindergarten with his twin sister. He speaks in full sentences, he builds friendships, and he is nearly caught up to grade level. Most importantly, he loves school. That transformation happened because of the stability, consistency, and the educators who truly care about both academic growth and emotional well-being. Closing Rolling Meadows would disrupt hundreds of students and families. It would break established teacher-student relationships and would create transportation challenges. It would be especially harmful to early learners and students receiving special education services who depend on stability to thrive. For my children and my future children to attend Rolling Meadows and many other families, it is more than just a building. It is a community, it is a support system, and it is a home. I respectfully ask you to reconsider closing Rolling Meadows Elementary and protect the students who are thriving there. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Oaks. And up next, we have Amanda Gonzalez. And on deck, we have Nicholas Crawford and Laura Rome.
Good morning. I come before you not just as the campus secretary for Rolling Meadows, but as a proud parent of a 4th grader who prepared a statement that I'm going to read to you today. Hi, my name is Avery, and I have been a Rolling Meadows Wolf since 2020 when I started my educational career in pre-K 4. And this is why I think Rolling Meadows should stay open. We are a newer campus with lots of safety features and room for new friends and teachers. We're always happy to have new wolves. We have great clubs and activities for students like Kindness Club, iPlay, and journalism. We also have opportunities for families as well as really fun fundraisers. The news of our school possibly closing has caused a lot of my friends to be worried and anxious about not being able to finish our elementary education with our friends in the place that we call home. Did you know that the negative effects of school closures disproportionately impact all students, especially low-income students and those with disabilities as myself? Rolling Meadows has a caring staff and amazing programs that are inclusive to all. Please don't take my school away. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. Up next, we have Nicholas Crawford, and on deck, we have Laura Rome and Ollie Rome.
I think Nicholas went to the restroom, so if it's okay, I'll just go and can he go after me?
Yeah, that should be fine, Dr. Vicky.
Good afternoon, members of the board and all our families at home. My name is Laura Rome. I am an educator with Judson ISD for the past 18 years. I served 15 years at Wagner High School, and I moved to Veterans Memorial High School for the purpose of opening up their education and training program of study. This is a CTE program that is featured at all of the 3 major high schools, and it provides students the opportunities to intern at our local elementary schools to learn firsthand what it is and what it takes to be a teacher. We have now been interning for 2 years at Rolling Meadows Elementary, and I'm here to beg you to please consider that the closure of this elementary school will not affect just the elementary schools, but also our high school. In this time, our first year we had 18 interns, this year we have 19, and next year we're projected to have 30 interns. With this growth in future educators, we won't be relying on just Rolling Meadows, but we will also be relying on Wortham Oaks, and eventually our goal is to expand to Cibolo Creek, because as those in the elementary school realm, and as I have realized as a high school teacher, it is very different teaching on the elementary level to the high school level. And so we want to provide those activities because no matter how much I can teach you the TEKS and learn as hands-on as we can in the classroom, it serves nothing compared to what these high school kids are learning with these amazing educators at Rolling Meadows Elementary. I have had kids that have taken my class for the purpose of becoming an educator or a child psychologist or a counselor like the amazing Ms. Patterson, or an administrator or curriculum instructor. And I've also had students that have just been dropped in my class. They needed an elective, and oh, this will be fun. They do a lot of projects in here. Go check it out. One of those students that got dropped in my class and continued to stay, because I am learning a lot, this is fun. Through his first year interning, he interned with Miss W last year. This kid took to teaching like a fish out of water. He has such a passion and has come to talk to me and has completely told me, and I've heard from his English teachers that they had to write about somebody they're inspired by. And he goes, I never considered teaching as an option of a career. I mean, social media loves to say how horrible this job is, but they don't know what we feel. They don't know what we see. And the thing is, to throw these kids into an internship, they get to see that it's more than just numbers, it's more than just data, it's the passion, it's the love that teachers come and build these children up. Rolling Meadows educators, they came to you today not just with heart, but with the data. This school, and I forgot to even mention, my own children have been at Rolling Meadows since they were 3 and 5, but I know we've had a lot of parents and we've had educators, so I wanted to come to y'all from the other perspective of we are one of the least expensive CTE programs in Judson ISD, but I would debate with anybody that we will cause one of the biggest impacts, because not just in Judson, but around the state, the world, we are suffering for teachers that don't just have the academic knowledge, but the passion for what they do, because that is what makes a difference. And Rolling Meadows master teachers here have been fueling my children with that. So please.
Thank you, Ms. Rome. Nicholas back in? Okay, so up next we have Nicholas Crawford, and on deck we have Allie Rome and Selena Trevino.
My name is Nicholas Crawford. I'm currently a junior at Veterans Memorial High School, and I'm a part of the Education and Training Program of Study offered at my school. The program currently consists of 20 juniors and seniors, including myself, that intern at Rolling Meadows Elementary and act as teacher aides for various grade levels, ranging from pre-K to 5th grade. This program is one of the best choices I've made in my high school career. I've loved being able to gain new experiences that only this course could offer. I work with 4th graders and have assisted in teaching, science labs, field trips, events, parties, and more. The feedback I and many other interns have received has been phenomenal. It's clear that teachers love their jobs and they're able to spread their skills to us. Not only that, but we allow them to focus on the best aspects by taking off of some of the load. On top of that, the kids we get to see love us. It's great hearing their cheers and seeing their smiles when we leave and the ways they scream by when we leave. Not only do we provide an extra layer of care and caution for your kids, but as someone closer in age, we are better equipped to understand and empathize with your children, especially when it comes to things like the language they use. One more thing. The assistance I've seen the school and its staff provide for their vulnerable children is second to none. The differently able children are treated with the utmost respect and care, and the kids in the Apple unit are adequately taken care of by not only the teachers, but as interns as well. Rolling Meadows Elementary is one of the best schools in the district for children to learn at. The environment and staff both work together to create a safe space for children to learn, explore, and develop good habits. I, as well as many others, seriously implore against the closure of Rolling Meadows and hope that you can reconsider your decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Crawford. Up next, we have Ali Rome, and on deck, we have Selena Trevino.
Great job.
Hi, my name is Ali Ron, and I'm here to talk about why you shouldn't close Rolling Meadows. I'm currently in 4th grade, and I've been attending Rolling Meadows since I was in kindergarten. Rolling Meadows was my first public school. One reason you shouldn't close Rolling Meadows is because everyone loves it there, staff, students, and even student interns. Rolling Meadows is like a home to all of us. Even the kids that got moved to Selma Elementary miss Rolling Meadows. The neighborhood around Rolling Meadows is still growing with small families, and apartments and homes are still being built in our area. Because of this, we shouldn't shut down Rolling Meadows for the future needs of those families, and because I've learned so much from Rolling Meadows. We have above average test scores in 4th grade, and we have a little chart to show our test scores, and we have gone up and not down. We have really good growth. Teachers love our students. That's why they do clubs after school, like Safety Patrol, Kindness Club, and iPlay. Our teachers care about us and are amazing role models. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Ron. And up next, we have Selena Trevino, and on deck, we have Angela Server and Jamie Weichless.
Good morning to you all. My name is Selena Trevino, and I'm here today speaking as a parent of Miller's Point Elementary. As a district, we all know the $37 million deficit is real. As we see, it is affecting us all. But the solution to a budget crisis cannot be found by uprooting our most vulnerable children. Miller's Point is a Title I lifeline, Purple Star Sanctuary, and a community anchor. To close it is to break a promise of equity made to this community. Being a Title I school, if some may not know, means that we are a provider of essential resources with aid of federal funding. With over 90% of NPE students coming from low-income households, just over 50% being at risk, this campus is where our children get their hot meals, their supplemental reading intervention, and their social emotional support. Because of this campus, some of our parents were able to receive their nursing certifications, associate's degrees, or like myself, a bachelor's degree, to better their family's upbringing. In addition, as a Purple Star campus, we proudly serve military families. Military life brings constant change. Miller's Point has been some of these students' stability. How can we say we support them while closing the very school that supports them best? Our military kids shouldn't lose their home over a budget line. When you close a Title I school, the cost saving is a myth. If we move these children, we risk a dip in academic performance that will cost the district more in remediation and flight to charter schools. Moreover, with the threat of private school vouchers looming over the state, Now is the time to invest in our neighborhood schools to keep families within the district. Closing Miller's Point may actually reduce overall enrollment and state funding in the long run by migrating these students. Closing Miller's Point would mean forcing students into larger, overcrowded classrooms at another campus. It means that families of new builds down the street or growing rental properties around the corner now have to question what elementary school to send their children. It means bus rides for students further away, which too can significantly erode that $1.5 million in projected savings. It means losing the family feel that keeps our at-risk students engaged. We've seen this data before. When small community-focused schools close, the achievement gap widens. I ask the board, is the efficiency of a building worth the stability of a child's education? Do not vote to close Miller's Point. By closing the school, we aren't saving money, but shifting the cost onto the backs of families who have the least to give. You're asking a military child to change schools for the fourth time in 3 years so that a budget line for a non-mandated program remains untouched. That is failure of ethical reasoning, financial responsibility, and some may even say leadership. I pray the Lord guide you through this difficult process. God bless, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Reno. And up next, we have Angela Serber, and on deck we have, Jamie.
Just Jamie.
Jamie and Mr. Scott Willis.
Hello, I'm coming today as just a mother. I have 3 children that have gone to Rolling Meadows. One still goes there. 2 are now in middle school. The first thing I want to discuss is the rich education that my children have received. I currently have 2 daughters that are both in middle school, and they said, Mom, Rolling Meadows has given me such a great education. The other kids in my class were nervous and saying that they didn't know how to do the lessons that I thought was super easy because Rolling Meadows had already taught us how to do this work. I mastered this work in the 5th grade. It made me proud of my kids that the teachers gave such a great education at Rolling Meadows. My son is in the 1st grade at Rolling Meadows, and he was diagnosed with apraxia, which makes speech very difficult. Rolling Meadows has been giving him speech lessons at least 2 to 3 weeks a week since preschool. As a matter of fact, Rolling Meadows was the one that discovered his speech problem and correctly diagnosed it as confirmed by a speech pathologist downtown that he does have apraxia. When he was in pre-K, the other kids couldn't understand him, but the teachers were so loving and so kind and created such a welcoming, inclusive environment. So my son, even though he couldn't talk, he was considered a rock star. And all the other kids loved him. They came to his birthday party, and his teacher even came. You would never know that my child was different than any other child. Another outstanding program that surpasses other schools is the PTO, the board and volunteers. I'm tickled pink that my children have been able to have pictures with Santa and the Easter Bunny every single year since they started school. Also the dances, the activities, and contributions from the PTO they give supplies to classrooms. They contribute for field trips and give money. They also keep the morale in the workers in the school by having appreciation days, luncheons, and gifts for the staff. As many of you know, a lot of our schools don't have PTOs because they don't have parents that volunteer. Rolling Meadows not only has parents, but also teachers that take their time to contribute to the great activities for the kids and the school. Rolling Meadows is a thriving school and community. The school is located in our Rolling Meadows subdivision, and our kids walk or are driven to the school by the parents, and eliminating the need for bus transportation for many of the students. If you look on the crime map of San Antonio, crime is very low in our community. I can't say enough good things about the thriving community and ask that you do the right thing by keeping the gorgeous, bright, beautiful school open to continue to bless children, teachers, and families throughout time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Serber. And up next, we have Jamie.
I'm Jamie Waychess, a teacher at Rolling Meadows Elementary. I wanted to keep emotions out, but that's my baby that she's talking about. I think it would be naive of us to all sit up here and act like any campus in Judson, the parents and staff didn't love their students unconditionally and want the best for them. So with that being said, I think like my staff mates have said, when you look at the data, point blank period, we are heading for financial exigency, and Rolling Meadows does not make sense to close. We are 10 years newer at least, like everyone said, and of the 5 schools on that list, I believe the agenda does change often, but I believe the projected savings was $3.3 million for the first year with closures. Well, Rolling Meadows, besides one school, we're less than that. So if you close us, you're going to add that deficit fixing those schools. So it does not make sense to close us. Also, as mentioned in other meetings, we don't know what's behind the walls of these older schools. So it is our responsibility to think about that when we're doing those priority 1 fixings. Because when you open walls and you open ceilings, are these old schools sick? Are they sick schools? That's our responsibility, besides to provide an education for these students, to educate them and provide a safe work environment for all of us. Rolling Meadows does not make sense in the data anywhere. Please prove to us that people showing up at the last growth and committee meeting and having a strong opinion, getting us back on the ballot, emotions should not run this. It should be data. That's what y'all told us. Please stick by that.
Thank you, Jamie. And up next, we have Mr. Willis, and on deck we have Dante Evans.
The passion and love that brought people out today is just amazing and says wonderful things about our district. I don't envy the board of making these decisions. They're hard. There's not going to be any one decision that's going to make everybody happy and not have consequences for things. But this has been dragging on for months. This should have been something that's going on. This meeting should have been 4 or 5 months ago. So many teachers here, they know exactly what we're talking about. We're behind the 8 ball now. We have a school year coming up in August. It's March. Nobody's started master schedules yet. We don't know what courses we're offering, how many teachers we need, how many of this and that and the other. It's rushed. I'm sorry, but please don't kick this down the road anymore, board members. You're going to have to make hard decisions. That's what you were elected to do. I know that you have to make them with passion and compassion. I know that you have to make them looking at the facts and looking at the intangibles. And I urge you to do the right thing. But please, we need to get this part behind us. Those of you that are worried about schools closing, remember something. Every school you close is somewhere around 50 average employees in this district going away. If you don't close a school, that's 50 people. Would you rather have the teachers or would you rather have the bricks? And I think that we need to stick with all these fabulous teachers that we have here that are so passionate about it. They will carry their passion into whatever set of bricks that we give them a place for them to practice their art. So please, do the right thing, do this quickly, do it with whatever it is that you're going to use to do this right. Whatever it is that you find inside. But we've got to move on and we've got to start the hard part, which is the other $27 million we've got to find, and we need to find it soon. Let's address that 800-pound gorilla in the middle of the room. That huge deficit. Thank you for listening to me today.
Thank you, Mr. Willis. And up next, we have Dante Evans.
Good morning to the board members. God bless you all. Thank you guys for being here. First and foremost, I want to let everybody know we're going to get a little bit uncomfortable in this 3 minutes right now, so bear with me for a second. To the people who are here, who are representing these schools, first of all, each and all of you educators, thank you so much. As a parent, thank you so much. You guys do a lot. This is my child. This is my student, Quincy Evans. He's an amazing student. And for the last 4 years, he has been in Judson ISD. Me personally, My parents moved to Judson ISD back in 2000. I've had sisters, I've had brothers, I've had my 2 sons go to Judson ISD. I've been here since 2000. I myself went to an SAISD school, Breckenridge High School, so I've seen the disparities between the 2 school districts. I've loved the school district, even though I didn't go to it. I've heard many great things about it. I've experienced it. But the educators here are who make this school district. I want to thank you guys, first and foremost. Give yourselves a hand of applause. Let's get uncomfortable though. $37 million in the red. $37 million. My taxpayer dollars. I live in Rolling Meadows community, a block away from this elementary. My son has had an Educator of the Year the last 4 years. I have been active in the community for 15 plus years. And I will tell you, talking to other educators in other school districts, you guys have the most amazing teachers and educators and people here in this district more than anywhere else. But yet here we are today. Your board president, Ms. Monica Ryan, she's got to go. She's got to go. Ms. Canoyer, I want to say thank you for standing up and asking questions. Somebody has to ask these questions, and without transparency about what's going on, why the decisions are being made behind the closed doors, we as parents and educators, they still got to teach. They got to worry about how to feed their family next year, where they're going to go. That is not being taken into consideration. What I want to ask, though, where is Ms. Monica Ryan for schools that are being closed, decisions being made on schools being closed? Where is she at? She's at a freaking leadership training. With the lack of leadership that she showed the other night, I want to apologize to you, Ms. Canoyer, for the actions and the decorum, the lack of decorum that was displayed here the other night. I've never wanted to attend one of these meetings, but that night, the disrespect that she showed, and I hope she is watching, is unfathomable. People like you, Miss Susan Canoyer, we need more people like you. If she's not going, you guys are not, if she's not going to resign, you guys are not going to vote her out. We will sign a petition to get her out. She will be gone one way or the other. I'm an Army veteran. I'm a leader in the community. Get your act together. If this board can't do it, we will vote people in who will. But the decisions that are being made are not transparent. They're being made behind closed doors. Where are her kids at? She has 4 kids in the district. Where do they go to? Are they being closed? Those are the questions that need to be asked. And when we ask these questions in a public forum, when things are being made, posts being made about decisions about the schools that are being closed, being made on Facebook, social posts, in the middle of the night, you should be ashamed of yourself. She should be ashamed of herself. So before you make any decisions, I consider, think about everything that goes into making that decision and not just what makes sense right now. This is rushed and it's wrong. I'll use my time.
Up public comment, and up next on the agenda is discussion regarding the 5-minute recess. Yeah, we are going to take a 5-minute recess.
Because we were supposed to go to Houston yesterday. But she's like, we gotta save the rest of the time. And I legit, y'all are amazing. I'm gonna pray for the best, and I'm like, I know. I'm very proud of you. My Lord, did you take a picture from our Oh my God. And then my kids play the game, which one is your son? And I go, they're like, because he looks nothing like me. I got a nose. That's all I know. They took him like 4 times to take him.
Hey, really? I know this was a weird Saturday morning, but I'm glad you were here. How are you?
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Sarah's watching. I'm like,
So they may not I grew up here, so I really like it, but my husband is from this area, so when we got married, I ended up moving down here. My daughter's married. Down here, but I didn't. Give her a name. I'm only. Oh, so I asked you, like, I did and I didn't ask permission before, so I freaked out. Yeah, I've never been to the one here, but they make it just to your mom. But it's within the best. know what I'm talking about when Amanda was just in her line. Amanda was standing with me. By the way, there's only one song. Like, I know what that feels like. I felt like that before, and it was so fun person behind me.
It's weird and it's like stop.
What do we make the link out of that? So like we can watch the kindness love. I'm sorry, no, our party we're very into it. Our train is like the biggest
Thank you, everybody, for sticking around and get settled so we can get the presentation started from our administration. Again, thank you, everybody, for your public comment. At this point, we are going to move on to Section 3A, discussion regarding the closure of Park Village Blended Learning Academy, as well as the other schools. So I'm just going to pass this over to Dr. Jacklich.
Ms. Poteet, sorry, just a point privilege. I think there was a request to limit questions till after the presentation, take on the pretext. But can we suspend rules then? Because I may have 20 questions since we have multiple schools. Typically our policy is we have 5 minutes for discussion, 3 minutes for rebuttal. But in this case, if I have more than 5 minutes worth of questions, I'd like an opportunity to ask them. And we're going to wait. So can we suspend rules? Consensus, we're up to vote. Just consensus to suspend rules. Yeah, so I'll wait till the end, but like I said, I may have a lot more that I don't know what the presentation is going to hold, so that's fine. As long as we understand that.
Okay, it looks like we have a general consensus, so yeah, we can absolutely just kind of bypass those rules for today.
Well, good morning. Good morning, Madam Vice President, members of the board. Let's try that again. Good morning, Madam Vice President, members of the board. Just before we get started on our presentation today, absolutely the reason that we requested that we pause, we're going to have a slide for questions, and we are ready to answer all your questions as we go through the data. It has been said that in the winds of change, you can find your true direction. And this morning, we will be discussing the closures of elementary schools in the Judson ISD. This is not an easy decision, and this is not a conversation that any of us want to have. Unfortunately, school closures is just not an issue for Judson ISD. It's an issue for many school districts in San Antonio, across the state, and across the nation. As I stand here as a superintendent and you as board members, we do not want to be in a position to have to close schools. We don't want to do that. But it is a necessary requirement because of what we're facing with our financial crisis. Today, we had the opportunity and the privilege to listen to our committed and dedicated teachers, our amazing administration, and parents who really care about their schools. They, as you have seen, have portrayed us what a really meaningful and quality campus environment should look like. And we're extremely proud of what they do. They have also showed the difference a good teacher, a good administration, and parent support and communication, how that can make a huge difference in the life of our kids. And that is the reason why I know you're in your seats, and that's the reason why I do what I do, because I want to be a part of that. Unfortunately, what we're facing is this financial crisis. And in order to continue this opportunity that we saw today from our Judson ISD family members, we have to make difficult decisions to keep our school district doors open and continue to offer these services across every school for every child in every classroom in the Judson ISD. And so, the decision that we did today to close and to make our recommendation to close schools could not be based on just how amazing the culture is at the school. We had to take a look at what the data says to provide the best interest of the school district. Our responsibility as the top leaders in our school district is to protect the entity of the Judson ISD. And the entity of the Judson ISD is all across our 55.8 square miles. We've got to be able to make decisions to cut down this deficit and offer the opportunities for every child and every teacher and every family to be successful, like we heard today. If we continue in the same model we are today, that will not happen. And this decision to close the schools is specifically data-driven. The data is comprehensive and very much strategic. So we can continue this process. And we can't, like a gentleman mentioned earlier, we have this elephant in the room of the $30+ million budget deficit that must be addressed. He said it exactly the way I need to say it. We cannot wait any longer. I also want to say that when I first came into the district Monday night, one of our board members asked me, Dr. J, if you look at the data, and it shows that we do not need to close 2 schools, or we do not need to close 3 schools, will you promise to bring that data forward with a recommendation? I said, absolutely. I gave that board member my word. Unfortunately, the data does not show that. Unfortunately, we must, in order to address this budget deficit, we must take action to close schools. I also want to thank our cabinet members that are here today. This was not an easy decision. They spent countless hours. They had to, many of them are emotionally tied to these schools. And they were very professional in putting the blinders on and saying, we really don't have the names of the schools we're working on. We're looking at the data. I wanted to share with you the criteria, factors that were used in providing the information to you this morning. The first thing, but they're not in order of importance. They're a combination because in some instances, one overplays the other. But one of them is the age of the facilities. Another factor is the capacity of the facilities. Another is the potential for growth. Another factor is the travel and the distance to the feeder schools that are affected in the closure. Another factor are the utility costs, the overall cost per student, and finally, the receiving campuses' capacities to accept these students. This presentation is structured building one slide at a time. And we appreciate the opportunity to go through the presentation until we get to the question slide, where we will pause and answer every single question that you may have. I would like to turn the podium over to Dr. Lacey Gosh, who will take us through this extremely and important necessary process. Thank you, Stacey.
Good morning, Madam Vice President, board members, and Dr. J. And thank you for allowing me to present the information to you. So as he stated, we are here today to talk about school consolidation and what this process looks like for Judson ISD. So to start off with, we want to kind of give an overview of the information that we are going to be sharing with you. First and foremost, we are here to look at 3 elementary schools based on board action for the closure of those schools and the consolidation of those schools into other locations. We are looking at, and we will discuss some of the growth and planning recommendations that were made and some of the comments that have been made in terms of working through this process to provide some of the information that we have today. The campuses we are going to be discussing today will be Ed Franz Leadership Academy, Millers Point Elementary School, Park Village Blended Learning Academy, Rolling Meadows Elementary School, Spring Meadows College Preparatory, and Spring Meadows Elementary School. We are very much looking at the data review and the considerations associated with that data, and we are going to provide a superintendent recommendation at the end. I do want to start by saying the information that I'm going to be sharing with you is extremely data-driven. It is, several times we have met with Dr. J this week, and one of the things that I think he has mentioned in each time we met as a cabinet is that emotions often trump logic when it comes to these decisions. And we have heard a lot about the emotions today and the ties that we have, and I think our people here in the district are still with us in the spirit that they have. The information here is very dry, I will say that, and it is very much about the data and making a business decision for the district in terms of the cost associated with the closure of the campuses and what the district should realize, not just a one-time, but an annualized cost over time. And so we are looking at all of those various data recommendations. First off, we would like to begin by talking a little bit about our current enrollment. So as you can see, we have our 5 campuses listed that we are discussing today, and within each one of those, we have their maximum capacities listed. You can see that all of the campuses, with the exception of Ed Franz, all hold 900 or more students, and Ed Franz being the smallest campus with a maximum capacity of 704 students. We have listed for you the current enrollment because the current enrollment is important, but we also need to look at some of the other numbers associated with those current enrollment numbers. You will see listed here we have School of Choice, which is what is designated by SOC, and for those listening as well as the board, the School of Choice students are students that reside in a Judson ISD school but have asked to attend those campuses specifically. The OOD, those are students that live outside of the Judson ISD zone and are actually zoned to go to other school districts, but they have chosen to bring their students to Judson ISD. We list those because those students we're looking at, and then also you will notice that the Spring Meadows College Preparatory and Spring Meadows Elementary campus, they have 99 students based on their bilingual and ESL program. So they do have a bilingual program there, and we do bring students in from other areas of the district. We do not have a bilingual program at all of our elementary schools, and so it is one of our magnets for that. So as we begin to look at that, the reason that we want to examine that is we want to look at two different numbers. The first number is our utilization of the site. Excuse me. And so with each one of these campuses, we are utilizing the site, and we have worked through school of choice as well as out of district to bring students in. And in some cases, such as Ed Franz, we heard about some of their other programs where they are a hub for students that come from other areas of the district, such as Boysville, their GAEP program, and other areas by which we can utilize that campus to increase the student enrollment. So we've listed here the students living in the zone. Those are the students that currently attend that campus, that live in the attendance zone and attend the school directly. You will see the total utilization, which is your total enrollment by your max capacity for each one of these schools, with Rolling Meadows being at 41%, Ed Franz at 46%, Park Village at 34%, Millers Point at almost 54%, and Spring Meadows at almost 63%. That's the total utilization based on the total enrollment we currently have. If you review those numbers by the students that live in the immediate area, that are zoned to that campus, that currently attend that campus, you can see the numbers drop significantly. Rolling Meadows Elementary, of the students that live in the zone, it is at 30%. For Ed Franz, 32%. Park Village, 28%. Millers Point at 46%. And Spring Meadows at 43%. The drop in those is somewhat consistent across the area, except within the manner of utilization of the campuses. You can see that at Millers Point and Spring Meadows, we are retaining more students as far as percentage of those that live in those immediate areas that do attend those campuses. So these numbers are important and part of our decision-making processes as we move forward. Future enrollment. The future enrollment is one of the considerations that we do need to examine as we look at our current enrollment here in 2026 and where we will be by the end of 2030. So what we provided here for you is a 5-year variance. So you can see that Rolling Meadows, yes, we have very little variance there. We are staying at about a -1 between now and the next 5 years. That is based on the demographers looking at future growth. I know we have heard things today about apartment complex and future growth in the area. Those numbers are based on the fact that all of those things are considered based on the population and what will be zoned to that area. And it is a very flat enrollment. We are not seeing a lot of change, which also means that the utilization of the campus would not necessarily change either. With Ed Franz, we see that we are going down about 49 students across the course of the 5 years. Again, at Park Village, with a decline in 59 students, Millers Point at 87, and Spring Meadows at 88. Some of that is due to trends that we see across public education in general, but the main piece here that we want to kind of show based on this really has to do with the fact that we know our enrollment is declining, and it is declining each year. And we can see that even from last year to this year across all of our campuses. We are continuing to lose students. So in terms of the need to potentially close and identify schools specifically for consolidation, this is definitely something that we need to consider very seriously, as our utilization of these sites without some changes will continue to stay stagnant, if not decrease. Travel and distance. So this is one of the things that we wanted to highlight here for the board and for our community when we look at each one of our campuses. We have spoken with our transportation department and specifically have asked, how many bus riders do you have from these specific areas? And so you will see here how many bus riders we currently have from each one of the schools. The percentage of walkers and car riders, that is the percentage of students that attend that campus that are either walking to school and or are being brought to school by their family, carpooling, or other means. So you can see that the vast majority of students at Ed Franz, being at 89%, are either car riders or walkers. If you'll recall, a large percentage of the students that attend that campus do not currently live in that immediate zone as far as walkers. So there is a considerable number of students that are car riders in that area as well. Park Village also has a high percentage, as well as Spring Meadows, of students that are either walkers or car riders in those areas. And Millers Point also has significant numbers of walkers. The Millers Point area is the one that does have the most number of bus riders associated with that campus. And so those are considerations as we look at the distance that these schools are, should we consider them for consolidation to the nearest campus that they could be, that those students could be moved. I'm going to start with Rolling Meadows, and we will talk about the first feeder school. So we kind of listed the 3 schools that are closest proximity to each one of the sites. The first one there being 4 miles, that is actually the driving distance from Rolling Meadows to Selma Elementary. We know that it is much closer as the crow flies, but yet there are also, only 2 different ways. You either take Evans Road and go around, or 1604 to get to Lookout Road to get to that particular campus. So in terms of driving, it is 4 miles, but for some of our students, based on where they live, they will be within a 2-mile radius of the Selma campus. The next closest campus to that would be Olympia at 5 miles away, and then the other campus there at 6 miles is actually going all the way up to Northern Oaks, which is a large percentage of quarry that exists between those particular areas and where our students are residing. With Ed Franz Leadership, the closest campus obviously is 0.9 miles away, which is in with, and I think this is important to note when we talk about walkers to school, any student that lives within a 2-mile radius of the actual campus can be considered a walker. So the closest campus to Ed Franz Leadership currently is Crestview. And the distance, and when we talk about the distance from school to school, this is literally from the front door of one school to the front door of the other school. So you know that there are homes in between those, and so this may vary somewhat, but these are the distances from school to school. So within the Ed Franz area, it is 0.9 miles to Crestview, which would include a lot of walkers within that, should that be a campus that those were consolidated to. The next closest feeder school from school to school is Olympia at 1.9 miles away. That would be from school to school. There are sections of the current Franz boundary zone, as you can see on the map, that is significantly closer to Olympia, except the fact that you do have the divider of 1604 and or 35, depending on where you are there. The next closest campus to Ed Franz is Rolling Meadows. In terms of the way when we start looking at shifting students and where students live, that would be a location for those students to go as well at 5 miles away. Park Village Blended Learning Academy also has a campus that is within 0.7 miles of its front doors, which is Hartman Elementary, and so that is always a consideration there. The next closest campus, and the reason it's listed as 2.1 miles as being closer than the other one has to do with the roads. So technically by miles, it is only 2 miles to Woodlake, but Woodlake is a little bit further south than Pashaw Elementary, which would be at 2.1 miles. So if we were looking at consolidating Park Village, those would be the locations that would be the closest feeder schools to that particular campus location, obviously with one of those being within the 2-mile radius, which could allow a lot of our students to continue to walk to school. Millers Point Elementary, the closest school to it is Crestview Elementary, which is 2 miles away, which is outside of the ability for any of those students to be able to walk to that campus. There might be a few on the northern end. The next closest school after that would be Salinas Elementary, and beyond that would be Spring Meadows. So those are the campuses that are in the closest proximity, and we will look at those on the map as we get to the map here in a few minutes. Spring Meadows College Preparatory and Spring Meadows Elementary, when we look at that one again, the closest schools to that are within a 2-mile radius, which I believe is Hartman, Spring Meadows, Hartman. The 5 miles is Millers Point, and the other campus there is Eloff. So those are the campuses there in terms of, and once again, we would have a community there, which we would have very few students that might fall into the 2-mile radius that would surround the closest campus to Spring Meadows College Preparatory. So as we consider looking at campuses to consolidate, we do want to be mindful of those that may or may not. And similarly with all of these, we have obviously some mileage challenges with these. Campus capacities post-consolidation. So here we are going to start talking about our utilization of the sites and what this looks like if we were to consolidate campuses. So this first one here, we are looking at the possibility of consolidating Rolling Meadows, which based on geography and the way the campus is designed, we would want to look at Selma Elementary as that. I'm going to flip back and forth here for just a second. So this is the map that we currently have. I want to identify that the red lines, so you will see Rolling Meadows right there in the center. It's on the maps here in the lobby as well. Rolling Meadows is on the center, and the red lines that go around the blue and the purple parts that go all the way down south to 35, that is the current zone for Rolling Meadows. The largest part of the Rolling Meadows community that is within walking distance is located directly behind the school there, and the other students from the area are actually coming from these other areas, including up north towards the Wortham Oaks area. And so this is a area of high mobile transportation in terms of buses as well as parents bringing students to school. So this kind of shows you what that would look like. So the purple, the light purple area would be the zone at which Selma would acquire should that be part of Rolling Meadows, which would not include all of the current Rolling Meadows area. There would be a small portion that might go to Wortham Oaks. I do want to point out one thing. These are maps that the demographers have put together to give us an idea of what these zones would look like. There is still a great deal of work to do on these as far as like specific streets and where those lines run. This is currently based on numbers and is an excellent starting point, and for the most part, some of these scenarios that we are showing you we absolutely would go with. It is just simply that we would need to refine these a little bit more before we were done. So I do want to point that out, that this is, this is not necessarily the final map that you would see. So I'm going to hop back here to this sheet. So when we look at the campus capacity for Selma Elementary is newer, being just opened this year with 924 student capacity. The current enrollment is 471 students. Part of that enrollment at the current campus does include the old Coronado Village area. And so that would be a consideration to redraw that as well. I do want to point out as we begin to redraw some of these boundaries, it may affect students in other areas as well in order to right size the district. So we will show what those look like as we move forward in the presentations today. Should we consolidate, the projected enrollment at that consolidated campus would jump to 767, which would put us at a projected campus utilization for Selma Elementary at 83.01%. So just for everybody's awareness, when we get to looking at how districts utilize for cost effectiveness of their campuses, we do want to recognize that schools really want to try to be between an 80 and an 85% capacity. We are still able to maintain the site very well at a 70% capacity in terms of making sure that we are providing the services, being most cost effective in terms of the way that we are using the buildings, as well as the placement of staff and how we bring students in. Some of the documentation that was provided to the board includes a cost estimate of what the range of savings the district would realize. What I want to point out with that in terms of a cost savings measure here is that when we look at consolidating the campuses, our biggest cost savings are in some of it's mainly in the staff. There is about a $500,000 variance in there where it shows you typically would absorb about a $500,000 savings per year just from the school not being occupied for that specific purpose as being a school, based on some other outside costs. Some of that may be a reduction in transportation costs, some of that may be a reduction in other areas. But it does include a reduction in certain specific positions. So in terms of looking at the closure of any campus or the consolidation of any campus, you are looking anywhere right around an average of about $1.5 million of reoccurring annualized savings per year when we look at the overall deficit. As we look at Selma Elementary, we do want to talk about what their current utilization is, 50.97%. Over the course of 5 years, if we do nothing, the campus utilization will not change. In addition, If Rolling Meadows was to remain open based on the flat 5-year change of plus or minus 1 student, the capacity usage of that campus would not change either. And so, as we look at keeping all of the campuses open, I know that's one of the things that we want to discuss here in terms of utilization. That is a consideration we need to look at, is what does it look like as we move forward? Are we gaining utilization of our sites? So now we want to talk a little bit about the facility and some of the data considerations associated with it. It is absolutely true that Rolling Meadows is one of our newest campuses. It was built in 2009 and it has not had to have any renovations to date. There are some planned bond 2022 projects that have not been started at that campus that are associated with upgrading some of the technologies inside of the building, as well as some safety and security features. So those are still on the bond package and they have been planned and not started. Based on the facility review, there's about 5% repairs that are estimated. One of the things that we do want to point out is that the facility costs, and you look down below where it talks about the MEP and the civil changes to and the projects for, that is mechanical, electrical, and plumbing changes, as well as civil engineering changes or civil projects that are listed for that campus site. And you see that it is listed as priority 1. I do want to clarify as we go through these slides, the original intent of the facilities assessment was to provide a long-range planning document for the district to know what upgrades needed to be done across all of our campuses for the purpose of identifying potential future bond projects and other upgrades that needed to happen to the campus. The priority 1 that you see is actually not immediate repairs that need to happen to the site itself, but they are actually, if we were to go into the process of a bond, the priority 1 items would be the things that we would want to accomplish at those campuses first, followed by a second tier of repairs that could be added to the bond or not, or a third tier of repairs. It is also a way for the district to look at, are there ways to budget this in? I will say that in priority 1 for Rolling Meadows, there's about $1.9 million worth of changes there. Part of those changes, and probably the most expensive changes there, have to do with electrical replacements and HVAC replacements, and you will find that across all of our campuses. In fact, a lot of the expense is in the HVAC systems, and I will say that 16 of our 20 elementary campuses all need the exact same HVAC, electrical, and lighting repairs. So this is kind of a district-wide need, just based on all of our campuses. One of the issues with the HVAC systems is that many of them are not digitized systems. And so a lot of them we do have to maintain while we are on site. And so that is something, as we begin to look at upgrading our sites, we would want to do that everywhere. Rolling Meadows is in a commercial location. Based on demographer reports, as well as where the area is, being largely a quarry area, we are seeing limited growth in that area for the campus as it stands. Annual cost for utilities is about $166,000, and that is based on the building being full of students and doors opening and closing, and all of the activities that take place there. Our cost per enrolled student at the campus is $418 a year, and cost per zone student is $578. So in terms of the number of students that are zoned that currently attend that campus, it is the highest cost for utilities per student that we currently have for that particular site. And just for clarification, utility costs don't go away completely simply because you do not have students in the building. Obviously, we would want to repurpose this. However, the utility cost and some of that does change depending on what you are using the building for. So we can see some variation in that, and that is also already included when we talk about the savings that the district would receive. The actual total cost, if you said the cost of closing a campus, is much greater than the 1.5. The 1.5 is what we know we can count on in terms of reductions to the budget, just based on knowing we will have some expenses still in maintaining the buildings themselves. And the financial analysis of that actually came from Moat Casey, who is one of the leaders in the state in terms of providing financial advice to districts. And this is a process that they do on a regular basis with many, many school districts when they do these assessments. And that was part of the process that we went through when we talked about going for our Vader last November. is that we needed to have an efficiency study. How efficient were we in those areas? And one of the recommendations that was made there is that the consolidation of campuses would be a way the district could be more efficient in terms of meeting their financial obligations. Next campus we have here, we want to discuss Ed Franz Leadership Academy. So in terms of looking at Ed Franz and the location that it currently resides in, it is within a 2-mile radius of Crestview Elementary, being the closest at 0.9 miles away, and Fine Arts Academy at Olympia, with the campus itself being 1.9 miles away. The current capacity for Olympia is 792. They currently have 435 students that go to school there. I will say the Fine Arts Academy at Olympia, although they do have a large percentage of students that attend the campus from the immediate area and the zoned area, they also have quite a few school of choice students and a few out-of-district students as well, being that it is one of our innovation campuses. And one of the things I know that was communicated with the board many years ago when we began the process of opening our innovation campuses was that we wanted a way to get people to be interested in coming to some of our campuses that had lower enrollment. Ed Franz was one of those campuses as well, that we moved into the Leadership Academy with the hopes of drawing in students from other locations, and the Fine Arts Academy of Olympia is in a similar situation. The current utilization of that campus is about 55%. If we were to consolidate Ed Franz, a portion of those students would be zoned to the Fine Arts Academy, and that would increase their enrollment to 519, increasing the utilization of the campus to about 66%. You can see that between now and 2030, if we do nothing and we leave Ed Franz as it is and Fine Arts Academy at Olympia, Olympia's utilization will be at 47%, right at 47%, 46.59%. So we see a decrease in utilization of that site if we do not move students into that particular area. Crestview Elementary is the next campus, which has had recent renovations done to it with construction projects just recently completed. It does have a capacity of 880 students with a current enrollment of 535. Its utilization is currently good at about 61%. We would like to see it a little bit higher. However, it is being utilized based on the area that it is. With the students living in the Fine Arts Academy, the Ed Franz Academy area, that would increase student enrollment to 620, increasing the utilization of Crestview Elementary to 70.45%. We do know, based on changes in demographics over the course of the next 5 years, if we don't do anything there, again, you will see a utilization of Crestview Elementary, keeping all things the same, a reduction down to 45.68% in terms of utilization for Crestview Elementary. So when we look at this on the map, you can see the red outline around Franz, with Franz being in the middle. So that is the current area. The red outline is the current area that currently goes to Franz. That includes a large percentage and almost all residential. The green area that you see is what would be brought into Crestview. Now, what's important to note about this map is you will see the red line around Crestview. Now, it does actually, in order to do this, it will change the boundary of Crestview to send some of those Crestview students that live on the lower left edge down there at the bottom. They would go to Miller's Point. That blue is Miller's Point area. And the purple area you see there would then go to Salinas. So as you can see, this type of shift changes our numbers at some of our other campuses as well to increase that. You will notice that Olympia is there at the top. And I do want to point out that you see the yellow area around Olympia. The top portion of what is currently Franz would go to Olympia, but I would also like to point out the Coronado Village, which there says Selma right in the middle. When somebody asked me the other day, I didn't realize that Selma went down that far. That is actually the old Coronado Village. The reason that it says Selma is currently that little section of the board goes right past Olympia and drives all the way to go to Selma. If this was a switch that we would make, we would then move those students back to Olympia, being that it is in much closer proximity, and some of those students would be able to attend that campus. So, and we would not want our students to have to necessarily drive past one school to get to another. And so that would be a consideration as we start to look at some of these pieces as well. So as you look at Franz, this is what the map could potentially look like in terms of our students from that campus being split between Crestview and Olympia. Franz Leadership Academy was built in 1967, and it has had some renovations over the years. In 2009, it did have all of the wings, or 2008, 2009, all the wings in the building were renovated and the kitchen was added, or altered somewhat there as far as the campus is concerned. In 2022, we did do a few bond projects which had to do with the resurfacing of the parking lot and some lighting. There are other bond 2022 projects that are associated with that campus that would be examined as to whether or not that would continue based on that particular site and whether or not we consolidated it. It is considered a facility in fair condition with 30% repairs estimated, and that is based on the same bond projects that we discussed earlier as far as future projects. I can say that $7 million of that $8.8 million is for an HVAC system. That I do want to say that our students at Franz are not going to school without heat or air. And so even though it is a priority one, it is obviously, as with all of our other campuses, a priority one piece should we be moving that direction as a district. But a $7 million HVAC system is not something we would pull from the general budget. Some of the other things on this list are other upgrades to things such as a rear fire lane in the back of the building, public access, and some railing replacements and so on that are actually under the $100,000 mark. So some of the things that are listed in there could be done by the district. In terms of utility costs, Franz is the leader. In terms of utility cost, Ed Franz is the leader in the lowest utility cost as far as the campuses that we are looking at $99,000 per year. Our cost per enrolled student is $300.91 per student, with a cost per student that lives in the zone at $445. So our cost per student is high considering the low cost of the annual cost of that. Let's see, I think that's all for Ed Franz. It is in a residential area. Enrollment is one of the driving factors here. One thing you will see it later on one of the other maps. We currently bus our students from Boysville over to Ed Franz Elementary, and that would be a group of students that we would need to locate. It is, if you aren't aware of where Boysville is, it is out off of Rocket Lane on 1604. Copperfield is much closer, as well as Converse Elementary. So there are other locations for some of those students should this campus be consolidated. Park Village Blended Learning Academy. As we begin to look at Park Village Learning Academy, there are two schools that we are looking at dividing these students and sending them to the two different areas, and we will talk about that. There are several considerations for doing this. Part of that has to do with campus capacity, and other of it has to do with the practicality. Hartman Elementary is 0.7 miles away from Park Village Learning Academy, and Hartman has a very large campus capacity of 1,012 students. Its current enrollment is 606 students, so we're using about 60% of the campus. Pashal Elementary is also one of our larger campuses with a current enrollment of 659, and its utilization is at 58%. As we look at the Park Village Blended Learning Academy, we are looking at splitting those students between those two campuses based on their addresses, and that would increase enrollment at Hartman to 744, making their utilization of the campus almost 74%. When we look at Pashal Elementary, it is 728 students once we move the students from Park Village, which would increase us to 63.64% of the capacity for that campus. All things remaining the same, the 5-year projection for Hartman as well as Pashal would be in the 40%. If you will recall, when we began looking at the processes of how many campuses do we close, the southern region of the district that fed into Wagner had 6 elementary campuses. The mid-region that went to Judson High School and the one that went to Veterans Memorial each had 7 elementary schools. One of the things that we looked at with that was how many of our campuses are currently at a utilization at 50% or below, and then how many campuses in those zones are at 60% or below. When we look at it over the 5 years, we are seeing most of our campuses dropping below that 50%. So I just want to point that out in terms of as we're looking at this on a long-term component and as we're looking at it from a fiscal standpoint based on utilization and the economics of it, our campuses increasing the utilization by changing some of these boundaries and looking at the consolidation does increase our ability to meet those budgetary needs. So here is the map around Park Village. You will see Park Village. The Park Village zone, it's kind of cut off here because I wanted to make it big enough for folks to see, but I know board members, you have a map there in front of you that we provided to you to print so that you could see it a little bit better. Park Village would feed into Hartman, which Hartman is 0.7 miles away. Pashal Elementary is where the other students from, so you will see as you drive, Park Village and Woodlake are relatively close at 2 miles. Pashal is a 0.1 mile further. However, based on where the houses are that we would feed into that campus, over there on the left, which is the kind of brown color, that would become the Pashal Elementary area. There are other areas that will be adjusted, and you can see that on the larger map as well. You can see part of the Pashal campus there is actually being absorbed into one of the other campus zones, and I forgot which campus that was. Dr. Saunders, can you tell me? The one on the left, the other side of Pashal? The little.
Are you talking about Candlewood is to the south of it?
Yes, the brown. Yeah. Yeah, it's Candlewood.
Yes.
So those would go to Candlewood to increase the enrollment there as well based on this particular move. My memory is good, but I'm not perfect on it either. So Park Village Blended Learning Academy, it was built. I know in terms of some of the documentation you've seen, it was said it was built in 1999. This campus was actually built much earlier than that. I believe, if 1978 or 74. I may even have that wrong. I'm not sure because the documentation I have doesn't show that, but it's my understanding we had a fire there. And so basically we had to rebuild the campus in 1999, so the structure that actually exists there is from 1999. We did do, and the changes that were done in 1999, we had to redo the main part of the building, library, cafeteria. In 2008, we did do some renovations to that particular campus as well. We added classrooms, we added a kitchen, we added gymnasiums, and we remodeled the restrooms there as well. In 2022, we do have additional renovations, and somewhere in there they did redo the front office for that particular campus as well. However, in 2022, there are bond renovations that are proposed, mostly having to do with safety and security things that have not been started, and so those would be put on hold depending what we actually utilize this particular campus for. The campus is considered in fair condition, needing about 27% repairs based on estimations. It is in a residential area. It is based on enrollment that we are looking at that, as well as the cost of the building. It is in very close proximity to Mary Lou Hartman, so we would be able to retain a large number of our students that would be able to continue to walk to school within that 2-mile radius by sending those students to that particular campus. As far as facility costs, you can see the cost per student that lives in the zone that currently attends the campus, as well as the total cost of the utilities for the campus based on the students that are enrolled there. Again, this is one of the campuses, when we look at their priority one, $5.5 million of that $7.6 million is all HVAC system, electrical gear replacements, and lighting replacements. Goes up to almost $6 million of the $7 million total. The other things really have to do with parking lots, drives, parents, parking areas, and some smaller project and some other projects associated with some renovations for the interior of the campus for future. Those would be considered some of our, and a lot of those renovations are not considered priority one. The priority ones that are listed here really have to do with the lighting and the HVAC system, as well as the main entrance for the parking. Is what is incorporated into those particular costs. So again, we have another building that it is not that we have to do these things in order to maintain the building or use them for other purposes, but they are things that we would want to do in order to maintain our district moving forward. Let's talk a little bit about Millers Point now. We will move on to Millers Point. As we begin to look at Millers Point, and I'm going to go to Millers Point on the map just a little bit because I think it's important to look at Millers Point where it is when we talk about distance. So the closest campus to Millers Point in terms of distance, you will see is Crestview at the top. The next closest campus is Salinas, which is 3 miles away, and then Spring Meadows down below that. Millers Point is kind of in a corner of our district, and it is largely residential in that area, and we don't really have a campus that's close. You will recall that we currently bus about 189 students to the campus now. The current boundary is you can see the red outline around Millers Point is the current boundary, where it dips down into right close there to Spring Meadows at the bottom. And so most of those students in that area are currently bused to the campus, or their parents bring them, so they are riders or walkers. And then we have a few walkers that do live in the general area of that. So based on Millers Point and where it is in a little bit of a secluded area of the district in terms of that. So as we begin to look at consolidating that campus, it is also one of our campuses that is at about a 60% utilization by itself, based on how the campus is used and the students that attend there. If we were to consolidate Millers Point, we would need to send a number of those students to Crestview Elementary, being the closest, which would bring that campus's projection to 751 at an 85% utilization. So at that point, we would be at a maximum utilization for the Crestview site. At 85%. We could go up from that. Currently, we have Masters Elementary that is functioning at a 98% capacity in the district, which just for conversation's sake, we are adjusting that on all of these maps to help even that out no matter what. However, 98% capacity is very high, and we would hope to not have our campuses 100%. We always want to have some space for growth in those particular areas, especially in the Crestview area as well as in the Millers Point area. The campus utilization for Crestview without this consolidation and leaving all things the same again is 45.68. That's a number that you saw earlier when we looked at the possibility of moving students from Franz to that campus. Salinas Elementary, here we have where the other students would go from that campus. They are currently at a 66.7% capacity, so they are close to the 70% capacity there. If we were to move the students there that would be in the general area of Salinas, we would exceed the 85% for that campus at an 87.27%. That would be at a 47.27% for Salinas if we left all things remaining the same. So again, we have another campus that would fall below that 50% utilization over the course of the next 5 years if we kept all things the same. So here is one map where we kind of we've shown what the Millers Point would look like if Millers Point was not. I do want to show you another map here. And so this is the concept of if we are to close, this is one of the scenarios where Millers Point would be consolidated, and this is where the students would then go to Crestview. I do want to point out, in order to make this work numbers-wise in the district, that blue area you see up there would be how far the Rolling Meadows region would come down to. I also want to point out to you where Crestview is, and notice that the blue area around that are people that currently live across the street from Crestview that would then need to go to another campus in order to create the space for the Millers Point students in that general area to attend that campus. And you will also see the increased amount of space there that we have for Salinas. This is something that we could continue to work on. Obviously, you could potentially look at sending some students to Spring Meadows, but Spring Meadows is further away. It's about 5 miles away versus the 3 miles and the 1.9 miles away for the Crestview community within that. And we certainly would try to work with the demographer to figure out how to redraw those lines. This was their first shot at doing that, as to how we would redraw those lines in order to move Crestview. Please understand that we are working with these models in the fact that the board has asked us to close 3 campuses. So we're trying to work with all of those scenarios as we begin to look at this. So Millers Point Elementary was built in 1987. They have had considerable renovations done to this particular site. In fact, I think it's one of the sites that we have done the most renovations over the years too, in order to increase its capacity. In 1991, we actually added classrooms to this facility. In 2009, we did additions, we did some other renovations to it, also did a few renovations in 2010. And in 2020, we redid the front office and the kitchens on the campus as well to increase that capacity. It is considered in really good condition for a campus. It is requiring only about a 13% repair estimated based on the future bond projects for that. The $2.48 million as part of Priority 1, again, is HVAC, electrical, and lighting, as you have seen with our other campuses, as well as some fire lane changes, maybe some improvements to the site work, and a few changes to some of the technology components based on HVAC systems changes that we would do to the building itself. There are some minor things associated with that Priority 1 there that are at a much reduced cost. When we look at facility cost there, based on the number of students, it is an annual facility cost of about $148,000 for utilities. Cost per student is about $304, and cost per zone student is $356. Obviously, those numbers would change if that campus increased in enrollment, and that would be the difference that we would see there if we were to consolidate this particular campus. So those are the cost savings associated with that. One of the driving factors for this one that does need to be considered as far as the facility is its location. It is in a somewhat remote location of our district in terms of moving and busing our students. So from a practicality standpoint, that is definitely something that we need to consider. Spring Meadows, we will talk about Spring Meadows. Based on where Spring Meadows is, we could feed students into 3 different campuses associated with this particular scenario. Obviously, we do have Millers Point here as one of the campuses that would receive students from Spring Meadows. If Millers Point was to close as well, that would increase the numbers of students that we would need to send to Elof as well as Hartman. This is just based on the idea of where the campuses are. As you can see with Elof, they currently have a capacity of 880 students. They are at 651 now, so it is one of our campuses that we have good utilization of at 74%. It would increase the enrollment there to make a utilization of the campus from Spring Meadows to 96% at Elof. All things holding steady, Elof doesn't stand to lose a whole lot of students over the course of the next 5 years. It only drops from 74 to 69%, which is one of the lower percentages in terms of students and where they live. Millers Point, we would be able to move some of the students from Spring Meadows there potentially, increasing their enrollment to 755, bringing that campus utilization up to almost 84%, which is kind of on the line there. If there was any growth in that campus, we would have to reassess. If we do nothing over the course of the next 5 years, Millers Point would reduce down to about a 44% utilization. Hartman Elementary would be receiving students from this campus. This would take into account if there were students brought in from another campus there as well, being that we did have to look at 3 campuses. So please note that. This is not just if we closed only one. Okay. Each one of these scenarios incorporates the fact that we may have to, that we are looking at closing 3. Hartman Elementary can hold 1,012 with basically a 60% utilization now. The current enrollment post-consolidation of the Spring Meadows area would be 870 students, putting it at an 86% utilization of the campus. All things holding steady, if nothing was done, we would be right at a 50% for Hartman. So again, dropping below that 50% mark in terms of utilization for the site. Here is just an idea of the Spring Meadows area. You can see from the red outline around Spring Meadows where Spring Meadows currently, what their current zone is, which is just the red outline around that. That's the current zone for Spring Meadows. And you can see the proximity of Spring Meadows to Elof as well as the proximity of Spring Meadows to Hartman. The next closest campus is much further down in the Woodlake area, and even further down you can see Pashal and Escondido as possibilities, with Millers Point being the one on the north border that is just not in this particular area. If we were looking at redesigning and closing down Spring Meadows, you can see that that zone then becomes, you can see what sections become Elof, which sections become Hartman, and then which sections then would go to Millers Point. So you can see even with those numbers, there's a very small sliver in the blue there that would actually go to Millers Point
from the Spring Meadows area. But those are all things that can be adjusted. But just to give you an idea of what that looks like, we want to make sure that everybody kind of sees the processes that go through in terms of looking at the consolidation and where we want to send our students. As we begin to look at Spring Meadows Elementary and Spring Meadows College Preparatory, the facility was built in 1984. In 2020, we added a kitchen to the building itself, and in 1991, which is not on here, we did do some renovations, which included an addition of 8 classrooms. And in 2008, they did some work on the kitchen and also some admin renovations there as well. You will notice that the future bond projects that are listed here is about $11.4 million as part of Priority 1. I would like to highlight that $3.7 million of that would be to install a fully functioning kitchen at that site. Spring Meadows is one of our sites that we do bring food in. Not all of our elementaries had a fully functioning kitchen, is my understanding from Mr. Brooks. And so that would be a $3.7 million addition for that. It also requires an HVAC system, as our other 16 elementary campuses, with a price tag of about $6 million. Those are considered to be Priority 1 items from the standpoint of, if we are making all of our campuses equal, that would be the first things that we would look at standardizing across the district. In terms of annual utility cost, it is $137,000, $236 per student, $342 per zone student. We are looking at the enrollment of the campus as a factor in terms of looking at recommendation or not. The programs that are at the campus, it does have some unique programs, which is similar to some of our other sites. Obviously, every single one of our sites has unique programs associated with it. So if it's not on the slide, it doesn't mean we're not considering it, because we are going to talk about programs and specifically there, as well as the location. A similar situation to Miller's Point, in that based on the location and the population that is there, moving those students to a nearby campus could potentially be problematic, not impossible, but we can certainly work with that. So here, what we did is we did a side-by-side, and you will see that, and this is, we have to come up with a way to look at it. So I want to be sensitive of everybody in the room and say that you will see here, these are 3 scenarios with the concept of, and I want to acknowledge there has been a great deal of work, and one of the reasons for looking at it in this way, the Growth and Planning Committee did a great deal of work in terms of this process. And we asked them to identify, based on age of building, facility, all of those components, which campuses, and we asked them to rate them. I will say that based on that, there was a 90% vote that Park Village would be the first campus that the Growth and Planning would say we needed to recommend in looking at consolidating. The second campus was Franz Leadership Academy as the second campus, based on all of those factors. The other campuses that were brought forward by the Growth and Planning Committee were these 3 campuses. And so these are on here. So you will see these are scenarios based on numbers, assuming that Ed Franz and the Park Village Blended Learning Academy are both part of the consolidation. The campus at the top, that would be with Miller's Point, with Franz and Park Village. Rolling Meadows with Franz and well, I have Rolling Meadows on there twice. Rolling Meadows, Park Village and Franz, and then Spring Meadows also with Park Village and Franz as well, listed there with Spring Meadows. So you can see the zeroed out numbers there. One of the things that I know was expressed, and it was especially stated in this last Growth and Planning meeting, and I know it was expressed by Ms. Adair, who is one of our longtime district board members as well as a committee member, is that one of her concerns is whether or not we were being equitable across the district and not just looking at schools on the south end of the district, but are we really looking at all of our schools and what our capacities are. And I know at this last board meeting there was another committee member that also spoke very passionately about you can be equal by closing one campus in each zone, but we would really like to see our campus numbers be equitable across the board in terms of the numbers of students and what our campus capacities look like across the board. So based on the campuses that we are evaluating, we wanted to kind of give you this side by side. You will notice that we have the numbers there marked in red, which are the numbers that reach the 85 or over capacity in those particular scenarios. or are close to it. You will notice that Rolling Meadows, under the Millers Point piece, is highlighted in green, and I highlighted that one in green only because of the potential that we may have to be busing a lot of students up to that site just based on where Selma Elementary is and configuring some of that. However, and Wortham Oaks down, if you look at if we were to close Rolling Meadows, Wortham Oaks only jumps up there based on the upper portion of the district where there's a small portion that currently goes to Rolling Meadows that the demographer kind of looked at as going to Wortham Oaks. That would be one of those things we would look at in terms of, does that make sense for us to do that or not, or keep Wortham Oaks where it is. Anytime we do a realignment in the district, especially for all of these campuses, any campus that would experience a boundary change, the students that currently go to that campus that are either school of choice or out of district would be reverted back to their home campuses. These numbers and percentages all reflect current numbers based on those students still being there. So some of these numbers, if I show them to you after we consolidate and I show them to you later, they might be slightly lower. Just based on some of those students. However, our anticipation based on looking at this from how many students live in that area from a demographic standpoint, we feel pretty confident the numbers are very close, even though we know that there will be some students that will go back to their home campuses. And that is not to say we would not continue to have school of choice, but as you can see, Wortham Oaks is already at 82%. And we do currently limit the numbers of school of choice students that can go there, and we actually have to cap that campus. So that may change some of these scenarios. But we wanted to provide you this list to kind of take a look at what our capacities would look like and how we are able to better even out with each one of these scenarios and not overtax our district in terms of capacities for our campuses. But this does, regardless of which scenario you go with, and which scenario is recommended, it does increase all of our campuses with the exception of Candlewood over the 60%, and Candlewood is right there at that 59%. And I do believe that that would increase from that standpoint going forward based on as we look at leveling out these campuses. So now we want to talk about our campus academic programs. All of the campuses that are being considered right now have essential academics programs, which these are our special education programs. I've spoken with the Curriculum and Instruction Office, and this is a program that we do offer at almost all of our campuses. And these students, yes, they would be shifted to another site, but they would be shifted to the site with the students that they currently reside with and the students that are currently in those areas. So that is a program that would definitely move with the students, and we would do everything that we could to make sure that those students stayed together as we move them to their new site. The Early Childhood Special Education Program, this is the ECSE program. I know we've heard about this today as well. This is our pre-K3 and pre-K4 programming for our special education students only. This is also a program that we would shift to another campus, and in fact we have a large number of our elementary campuses that currently have this service, and so we would be able to move those students with their campus and be able to recreate that program. We also have the Early Childhood Special Education co-teach at 3 of the 5 campuses. Currently with this, and that is also a pre-K3 and pre-K4 program where we mix general education students with special education students in those pre-K classes. It is a great program, and it is a program that would transfer, and we would be able to, based on the 3 sites, if we closed 3 sites that all had this program, then we would be moving that program to the new sites that they would be going to. Some of the considerations in our programming, and these are just kind of the specialized considerations that we really want to talk about in terms of our academic programming as part of the consideration. We do have back units. Franz Leadership Academy is one of the locations where we have our behavioral academic classroom, and they service our K through 2 students at that site. We would be examining if we were to consolidate that campus where that could be relocated and where those students would then go to school. Our Millers Point site is the only elementary site that we currently have in this listing that has a K2 and a 3-5. They are a fully servicing campus right now for our behavioral academic classrooms. They are also the only campus on the list that has the RISE program. I know you heard about the RISE program earlier today a little bit when we had some folks talk about our autistic students and our special education students. That is one campus. Those are obviously programs that we would want to move. However, I think that is a consideration as we begin to think about academic programs and how many programs we're moving at one time. Franz Leadership Academy is also currently our elementary DAEP campus. That is for our K2 students who need disciplinary alternative education. One of the reasons for that is Ed Franz had the space. And they were more than willing to take the students and to support them and grow them as leaders as well. So they incorporated them with exceptional everything in terms of how they serviced those kiddos. There is absolutely no doubt about that. One of the reasons that we did need to do that and ask Ed Franz to take on that responsibility was because our current DAEP campus is not large enough to house all of our students for that. And so obviously that is a program that we would be, the DAEP program in general would be something that we would be reassessing if Franz is the campus that we would consolidate. Bilingual programs, Spring Meadows is our only campus in the list that currently has a bilingual program in that list. We do not have bilingual programs at all of our campuses. I know we have one at Selma Elementary, is our hub on the north side of the district that houses bilingual programs. We also have Hopkins Elementary in the southern region, and Spring Meadows is our other campus that has bilingual programming as well. And Pashaw Elementary, excuse me. So our students from that can be assimilated into that as well. Our innovation sites. So in this listing, we do have two innovation sites. One of them is a local innovation, which was the Ed Franz Leadership, and that is largely based on the Leader in Me program. That is not our only Leader in Me campus in the district. We do have other districts that have implemented Leader in Me in the past, and it is a program that I think the district would benefit from examining, looking at using at some of our other campuses, or continuing at Ed Franz, whatever the decision is in the end. We do currently have the Spring Meadows College Preparatory Academy, which was part of the original LASSO grant to feed into the Woodlake Hills Middle School College Preparatory Academy. That campus is currently, the reason we use both names is that campus currently has two different school numbers. They are actually identified in the state of Texas as two different schools. And so with that, over the course of the next 3 years, if that campus was to remain, it would eventually just be Spring Meadows College Preparatory. The Spring Meadows Elementary would cease to exist, and it would just be the College Preparatory Academy. It was recently incorporated into another grant that the Curriculum Instruction Office was just qualified for, called the LIFT grant, and I know that you will hear more about that very soon in our board meeting next week as we look at going through that process. So that is an innovation site that is currently in a grant process for that. And there are obviously, based on everything we've heard, great programs and considerations, and we would want to look at maintaining those. All right, now we are to our first pause for questions. So if you have questions, we are ready to answer and clarify anything that we can based on the data that we've presented today.
Okay, I think the way we're going to handle this is what we did when we were discussing middle school closures. We're just going to go down the line, and at this point, we're just going to be asking factual questions. Mr. Macias, would you like to start?
Yeah, I'll say it doesn't matter if my questions are opinions or facts. It's a question, right? So I just want to make sure that it's clear. I'm not regulated to ask a fact. But looking at your data, I just want to put my first opinion out there. I do respect data, but data can be manipulated to say whatever you want it to say. So I want my community to know that although we're looking at data and we're going to make decisions based on that information, there's a lot of heart and emotion behind what the metrics need to yield. When you do data analysis, the whole point is that you're measuring outcomes. And if outcomes are showing that students are succeeding on campuses, you want to continue to do that because the data and the emotion in which people are feeling make sense. So, you know, some of the information that we're provided shows underutilization, but I have not heard a recommendation to see if we may want to look at moving 6th graders back to elementary school to help with utilization, to be innovative in trying to address that issue. Dr. Jackless, you were not here, but in December of '24, we did debate the issue about smaller campuses in middle school as a strategy. Not that we want to operate with less students, but we want to make sure student need is met. So the data didn't back that we're not at full 85% utility, but we're trying to address student needs. So I say all that because this is great, right? All the information put together, but there's still an emotional part of it that's really not included. How does our community feel? And you're seeing how our community feels. Closing schools shouldn't be an aggressive act. It should be one that is done strategically and with purpose, because it's hard to rewind once you've closed a campus. So, Dr. Jackless, you've also just arrived, so you have not been party to a lot of those conversations as we've built up to this point. But I think Dr. Fields and his administration had recommended 2 to 3 school closures. We are looking at multiple campuses, but ultimately we could probably proceed with just 2 campuses, and one has already been decided, which is Judson Middle School. So which means 1 elementary school would be probably it. Fact that public ed is under attack. We are not being funded appropriately by Austin, and if you ever want to dismantle something, you start by underfunding it, and then you start by creating instability, and then division, which you're seeing here. I mean, we have folks that have come up, don't close this school, don't close. Why should we be internally trying to destroy ourselves by the fact that we've been underfunded? It's at the beginning. So, yeah, you can respond.
So, I really, really appreciate the opportunity to address a question like that, because the one thing that I want to say is when we talked about our schools and we talked about our teachers and we talked about our students, it's not their fault that their schools are on the list to close. They have done everything and gone above and beyond what we've asked them to do to create that nurturing environment of student success. But what we have to understand is absolutely we're underfunded. But as a school district, we have a responsibility now to our community. We have a $30+ million deficit in our fund balance. In our school district. The other factors that we must also consider is we've got to take care of our fund balance also, because the capacity for a school district to borrow funds and receive a high quality rating by the state depends on the number of monies you have in your percentage of your fund balance. If your fund balance lowers, and as we get through this process in the future, we want to go out for a bond, we won't be covered by the state, and we won't be able to get the wonderful interest rates that we're looking for. So my point to you, sir, is absolutely, I agree with you. I don't want to close schools. I don't want to recommend to close schools. But in order for us to move forward and offset our challenges that we have, now we have what we call a financial crisis. If we do nothing, then this crisis is really going to expand. But if we do something, then we have hope that we're going to pull up, and the more we utilize our campuses that we have, the more success we're going to have, the more we're going to tighten our budget, and the more we're going to be able to provide all the wonderful things that we heard from our teachers and students and families today.
Well, you segued perfectly to my next step. I understand the budget constraints that we have. So let's look at this. We have a $35 million deficit, right? 14 million of that deficit is one time. It's from our insurance that we ended up having to overspend, which means we have 21 million in reoccurring debt. So let's look at one of the recommendations that Dr. Fields recommended is that we sell district property. No students are there, makes sense. I think Ms. Davis had said the appraisal was 18.2 million for the sale of district property that no students live in, right? It's just administration. So by doing so, that knocks out our 14 million one-time debt that we have. Now we're dealing with 21 million in reoccurring debt. We probably need to look at restaffing, Because if we have smaller campuses, we don't need the level of staffing on campuses. But that falls into the plan of attrition, which we already know we're going to see employees leave. In fact, I just found out the other day that my principal at Converse Elementary has left. And so there's going to be attrition that has been calculated. And again, the Fields administration brought an attrition target. That target was close to 5 to 8 million in attrition and restaffing. So now, hold on, we have 21 million in recurrent deficit. Now you have 8 million that's going to come off because of employees leaving. Now we're dealing with 13 million in deficit. We've closed one middle school, that's 2-point-something million. So now we're down to 11 million. If we close one middle school, we'll get down to about 10 million in reoccurring debt that we can still manage with our fund balance as we move forward. Because there's still opportunity for us to kick out those bozos in Austin that are not funding public education. And we have, even if they decided to maybe increase the basic allotment, all this goes away. So by being conservative, supporting our community, closing no more than 2 schools, we're still being responsible to our taxpayers, but we're also looking at all of these avenues for revenue generation that will then be responsible for addressing the deficit. We've not had the conversations about what those attrition numbers would really look like, if it's 5 or 8 or if it's 3. What if nobody wants to leave, right? That's also a possibility, then we're in trouble. But based on our metrics, we see a certain amount of our staff depart. And so if we restaff for smaller campuses, we can probably save funding when employees leave.
That's an excellent point as well. Right now, our human resources employment percentage is at 91%.
I know.
A school district needs to be between 80 and 84. And absolutely. And one of the things where we're currently at right now is if we're at 91%, that's our personnel cost. That means we have 9% left to run the entire district with. And that 9% is not enough to support the needs. So absolutely, that's another step that we need to encounter collectively to go ahead and address the budget.
And I would rather work on that because our budget discussions have been pushed back. We should have been talking about budget back in November. And in December, we were ready to address budget, and it was pushed back. That's where the discussion should be. Consolidation is a component of the budget, but these other parts have a bigger impact because 91% of our budget is tied in personnel. So restaffing campuses that are at 50%, we need to staff at that capacity, not try to get to 85. If you want to get to 85, then put 6th graders in there in elementary schools. There are options that will help serve students. Consolidation is, I won't say a waste of time, it's necessary, but it's not where the priority should have been because it impacts students the most. And at that point, I think it's backwards. We need to be looking at staffing, and now that you're here, we can probably do some serious budget discussions. But Ms. Davis, Dr. Fields, they've done a lot of that work already. I want to see us move forward there before we close more schools than we need to. Because to be honest, we still don't even have a handle on what the transportation cost would be. That's still another variable that needs to be analyzed. A speaker said earlier, we don't even know what the bottom net will be. We're proposing, or we think we know what we're going to save per campus closure, but when other unexpected expenditures come in, we're off. So my whole point, and it really was not, like I said, facts or anything, it's just my opinion, but I think that we probably should be looking at no more than 1 elementary school closure today, and that's it. And so I certainly look forward to feedback from you, because again, when we talk about board business, it needs to be in the boardroom. I don't want to have a phone call with you all the time. We talk here, and then we get reports back from you about what we can do, and so you have till Tuesday to come back with some recommendations. But that's my point. So,
thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And just to speak really quick to Mr. Macias's point, I know that he's pushing for just 1 school closure, but the board's already voted to close 4 schools. And last meeting, we did attempt to try and bring back that number, and that was, again, we still voted to move forward with shutting down 4 schools. So I'm not sure, are you going to be putting a motion, or what are we doing right now?
I was going to say that governance will allow us to do whatever we want. We may have recommended 4, take a look at that, but we're not tied to it. The board ultimately will make that decision. And if you all decide you want to close 4 schools or 3 or whatever the deal is, you can. I will only be wanting to close 1 campus.
We also got the recommendation from our administration that we should be closing 4 schools. So, again, if you'd like to bring that forward as a motion, then we can do that again, or...
That's ahead of itself, but I'm glad you brought that up too. It gives me a little bit more to talk about. We can make motions, and it could just be one school. It doesn't have to be 4. I know the board gave guidance because administration required some direction. I did not support multiple school closures back then, but I do agree we do need to close some. I'm good with 2. And that's even painful to say, but it's necessary. So the other part of why I'm happy you said that is because we're also in a situation where we've had multiple superintendents. And so, which means leadership has shifted. You know, Dr. Fields had been comfortable with 2 to 3 schools. Ms. Ryan was not comfortable with 2. She wanted to close 5 at one point, I believe. So now you have shift in leadership, and it's created transparency issues, it's created instability. It is done all wrong for the sake of, I'm going to say, for politics, because the intent by some on the board were to close more than just 1 or 2 campuses. Don't play politics up here. Do what's right. We can do this right strategically, close 2 campuses. I'm sorry you're walking right into this, but I'm telling you, the Fields administration had it down handled. You know, then we moved to Dr. Gosh, and then, of course, all of a sudden, multiple schools, and then Dr. Toppin. When you have that instability at leadership and you're trying to make these type of important recommendations, it's done wrong. So that's why we can make a motion, and I would encourage when we get to that point that we only do 1 campus. And again, I'm only 1 board member. So ultimately, we will make that decision.
I do want, I'm sorry, I want to address one comment that you made, Mr. Macias, and I appreciate you bringing it up in terms of Dr. Fields and his administration, which is those of us that are sitting here. In the CAPA that was brought before the board, which you did mention, we did not even get to review it. If you go and review that document, Dr. Fields was recommending 3 campuses for closure now and 2 next year. So when we brought forward anything that came during my time as interim superintendent and also during any time that Dr. Toppin was interim superintendent, that's why 5 schools were on the list. It was to honor the fact that Dr. Fields had actually mentioned that 5 schools would be potentially on there based on that CAPA. So for the purposes of the board and for the community to understand, we are trying to move forward with much of the work that had been done in the past to make sure that we stay on the right track.
And you're correct, Dr. Gosh. There was more school closures. We would not be finished after this year, but I made the argument back then why it was split that way, because we have variables with private school vouchers, we have variables with enrollment shifts. Why close so many schools? And oops, you know, private school took a lot of students from this campus. And then we're trying to scramble on what to do. It makes sense to be strategic. Do only 1 elementary school. We did the 1 middle school, and move forward and look at what next year looks like. And then we can make a strategic decision if we need to. My hope is that by next year, we're talking about increased funding. I'm still going to propose a VADER again, and again, it has to pass by a supermajority, so it may not pass here. But a VADER will eliminate our issues because we'll ask for 3 pennies in November. So there are options, and I want to be optimistic, hopeful, and strategic that we've exercised every step before we have to go to this point and close campuses that hurt students and hurt our community. Again, just to reemphasize, when we're doing the job right, the data will speak for itself, and the community will be supported, and students will succeed. And if utilization needs to be at 50% on our campus to ensure all of them are B or C campuses, then we probably need to look at that model and say, hey, this 85% is not working for us. And then look at what we made to do, because we're losing students to other campuses, other charters, because they're smaller. And that's private school and charter schools' attractiveness for parents is they're smaller. So I think we've been put in a position that we've had to get bigger because we need to expand our resources, but ultimately we probably should be working to what the community and our students need, which is smaller, and then staff appropriately. Before you arrived many years ago, I had proposed that we staff based on enrollment, that we were compensating based on enrollment. That way there was differentials. And so you're not paying a principal, for example, $90,000, and they're all making 90, but one principal only has 300 kids, and another principal has 800 kids. Do you see the inequity in that? So if we start really strategizing, we can create a pay structure that will be appropriate for enrollment. You got 16 years of experience here. I know what I'm talking about. And so There's more that we can do, and I'm telling you, that don't take the easy way out and just close multiple campuses because it sounds easier. We have to do better, and I think we can.
Thank you.
Ms. Jones? My question's about the special education. You had mentioned that they were looking at keeping the kids together. Are they looking at keeping the staff that's with those children and moving them with them to the new location?
So in terms of talking about the programs, what we really want to show is that we would be trying to move those programs so that the campus that currently is, we would potentially look at moving those programs there. In terms of staffing and the way that that looks, those are all plans that have to come post this piece. Obviously, I know, and part of what we're talking about in terms of next steps definitely has to do with making sure that we are able to utilize our existing staff and place them at the new campuses based on their preferences, obviously their preferences first and their qualifications first, and those students as well. And so we would be looking at that. The main reason we wanted to talk about those specific programs is that those programs are kind of across the gamut on these campuses, and we want to reassure folks that we are not dissolving those programs and then having to send their students much further than they would actually have to go. So we would want to try to work with the process in order to recreate those programs if they don't already exist at those campuses. Some of the campuses that we would look at consolidation with already have those programs, which may mean we would need to move some teachers over there to man those classrooms depending on enrollment numbers. But it is definitely the intent of the district to ensure that all of our staff has a placement within the district.
And I'd also like to emphasize that after Monday night's decision on closing Judson Middle School, Cabinet and myself, we went to Judson Middle School and met with the principal and all the staff and explained to them our transition plan, that we want every single one of our teachers to come back, and that in the plan that we have, as we downsize on other areas, we really want our teachers to stay with us. We really want them to continue what they're doing and bringing that passion and love and uplifting our students' life in our district. Like I mentioned earlier, it is not anybody's fault here that a school may be closing, but they have brought so much to our school district. We are committed and dedicated to making sure they stay with us, and we're going to find them a place where they can be successful as well.
And then one more thing. With moving the units, is that something that if we do that for this upcoming school year, that these students will have stability for several years? Because I know one parent expressed at one of the schools that their children had moved due to special education several times with the district shifting things. So I was just wondering if this would provide them stability for a full school year, a few school years in the future at least, or is this something that they could possibly be moved again the next year?
Dr. Toppin.
Thank you. Special ed is one of the areas that I oversee, and I know that Dr. Armstead and I have been working feverishly before we even started the process about the campus consolidations to make sure that we have the continuity in services for our students that are in specialized units. Now, you can have a campus that has multiple units that are the same, like you can have 3 life skills classrooms on a campus, but one of the things that we really have to look at, especially with our Apple and our Rise unit, which is an area of concern of ours because those are our units that are the most delicate units that we have, that we wanted to make sure that we tried to keep the staff together with the students that they were servicing, but that there's continuity in the services when you're talking about what section of town that they're coming from. So that is one of the areas that, while we're waiting for a decision to be made, that we're already discussing where students would be best placed with what personnel to make sure that we have a continuity of the services, because we do not want a student that has made tremendous gains this year because of where they have been placed to lose that by being moved to a different campus. And I think that one of the things that I did provide to the board last week, I think, was a copy of where all of our units are located at what particular campuses and in what feeder patterns that they're located in, so we can use that as a guide. So yes, you're holding it in your hand, Ms. Lee. That's one of the things that we are looking at right now to ensure that we do have kids staying with the teachers that they have shown the most success with. So it is an ongoing conversation with the special ed department to make sure that we are putting our students in the best possible scenario.
Thank you.
Ms. Lee? Thank you. Thank you. Please bear with me because I put my questions according to schools, if that's fine.
Sure.
Okay. I want to go first with Park Village. The only question I have in there, because I know there's like a lot of like priority one to like do some renovations and stuff. Is that gonna, if we decided to close it, is that gonna be like pause until we have really a concrete plan for it to what will happen to Park Village?
Okay, so in that instance, so these projections in terms of priority 1, priority 2, and priority 3, these are based on a future needs assessment for the district. And those needs are listed there based on the campus being a school. So some of these needs would shift if that particular facility was used as a community partnership, or if we used it for some other purpose in the district. The priorities there might shift. For example, if you needed kitchen renovations and the location no longer needed a fully functioning cafeteria, that might be one of the things that would shift on that site. So it would definitely, based on the campuses that we consolidate, it would change. I mean, obviously some of these would not. If we are going to continue to use it and we are upgrading the HVAC facilities, the heating and air conditioning across the district, those are some of the projects that we would probably recommend to continue to do. Same as we would for this facility here or other district facilities that we have. So some of those projects would change if that campus was consolidated. These are just based on, kind of looking at campus to campus. The idea was to create equity across our campuses and make sure that our campuses were all kind of set up the same, that they had the same driving patterns, that they had the same type of parent drop-off components, the same HVAC systems, and so on. So that would shift somewhat for that campus as well.
And Mr. Brooks, would you like to interject?
I just wanted to make sure we understood that we're not talking about current projects. As Dr. Gosford just mentioned, these are items that the facility assessment team looked at and said, okay, these are things that we're going to have to do in the future. So any projects that we currently have going at any campus, if the board decides to consolidate a campus where we have projects currently going, we'll look at whether or not we need to continue those projects. Things like roofing, things like HVAC, we're going to continue to do that even if students are not in the building. Okay. But if we're doing classroom modifications or things of that nature, we would then look at pausing those types of projects.
Next is my Miller's Point question. Is there a reason why, because I was looking like the options if we did close it, is there a reason we're not zoning them to France, which is also just 3 miles away instead of like Spring Meadows on there at 5 miles?
So basically, the model that we are looking at in terms of that is assuming that we are closing 3 campuses. There's only 5 campuses, so we have to do scenarios with closing 2 and that one. In that is not to say if the decision was to not close Franz, that you could not move some of those students from Crestview to Franz and so on, and then shift the students to Miller's Point. So you certainly could do that. However, there's, probably when you look at the 5 campuses, there could be about 14 different configurations you could come up with in terms of how to redraw those lines. However, we were trying to work with the concept of closing 3 campuses, and we use most of these based on the feedback from the Growth and Planning Committee, as well as other conversations that we've had in the past in terms of identifying potentially 2 that we could work with around those components based on distance and so on. So in terms of Miller's Point, we certainly could look at other scenarios based on what the final decision is on all the consolidations.
Oh, okay. And then the only thing I put here is also the program with the SPED for RISE, but it was already answered. My next one would be, I'm sorry. My next one would be Spring Meadows. Is there also, okay, I guess maybe if you have considered like the closing of the 3 campuses, the boundaries would still be deep regarding the proximity, right? because I just put it here, like, how come Converse is not considered if we did close Spring Meadows, which is also just 3 miles? So I guess you guys would, like, work the boundaries.
You're asking about moving students from Spring Meadows to Converse, or?
I mean, because it seems like, because right here, as I'm looking, my questions are here, because it seems like you guys are dividing it to 3. Is that right?
Spring Meadows would be divided to 3 based on the total numbers of students that are at that campus, and then sending those students to the campuses that are the closest in proximity based on those components. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, and my question is, because as I'm looking at it, and I know you did mention earlier about we wanted to keep not 100% utilized on the campus as much as possible. We're targeting 85%. But as I'm looking on the data, it seems like ELOF, if we're going to be considering them as the third, for them to have those kids, we're looking at 96%. So I'm just want to see if we did consider a different route, which is almost all the campuses. I didn't have the percentage, I just put it in here because just the proximity of the school. But it looks like when I saw on here by Converse, it seems like they're not really that utilized as 85%. Is that right?
Right. Converse is not at an 85% utilization right now. I think one of the things when we look at redrawing the boundaries, and I'm sorry, I had to go look at Dr. Saunders' map there real quick to remember where those lines were. So, in terms of that, one of the things that we try to do is to not have our students have to drive past one elementary school to get to the other. I know that we did that this past year with Coronado Village going all the way up to Selma. And that was partially because we were just moving everyone from Coronado in order to fill that campus over to the Selma area to maintain that. And so that would be one consideration. It's not to say that there might be a few students that we could shift, but it wouldn't be a significant enough number to really reduce that much below that 85%.
Okay, because my understanding, Dr. Gosh, is you mentioned earlier, just like masters, as masters and then ELOF, with them over, utilization, you guys would want to still, maybe work that out, right? For boundaries and stuff too?
Yes, ma'am. With all of these, we made some modifications to all of the campuses to increase their enrollment and their usage district-wide based on these other shifts and these changes that we're doing in the district. Obviously, Masters is one that, as we look, as we get to the next stage of this process here today, you'll be able to see that. And it does change the utilization of some of our other campuses because we haven't looked at it, quite in the whole. We had the one I guess it was this one here.
Yeah.
So when you look at Converse, we have a current utilization of 72. It does shift it just a little bit, based on that. It does show if we did the Spring Meadows, as you said earlier, it would increase the Converse area to 71%. That is just based on the demographer's understanding of what that would look like. So it would increase Converse a little bit if Spring Meadows was to close, because obviously there's a few students that would go there. So that's based on that information as well.
Okay, sorry. My next, I think I'm done with Spring Meadows. Oh, no, my last question is you mentioned about the LASSO grant. Until when would that grant be?
So I'm going to ask Ms. Davis or Dr. Toppin, I'm not sure which, on the LASSO grant. I believe this is the last year to receive funding for the LASSO grant, but we have applied for the LIFT grant, which would allow us to continue with the grant process for that campus. So the grant would continue if the campus remains open because of the LIFT grant, but the LASSO grant that we have is ending at the end of this year. Is that correct?
Oh, okay, so does it mean that if we do close, if we do decide to close it, then are we still applying for that grant so that the program would continue to like whoever absorb it, or is it just specifically for just Spring Meadows or?
The LASSO grant that we have applied for that you're going to hear about on Thursday night at the board meeting is the LIFT grant, which is separate from the grant that they had applied for, which was in LASSO 3. This is LASSO 4. And this one is specifically focusing in the area of the HQIM, which is something that we did for math. And this particular LIFT grant, the LASSO grant, is also going to be focusing on instructional leadership. So some of the work that we had started under the LASSO 3 grant with those 4 campuses, we're going to kind of be able to enfold into this upcoming grant, but it's not the same grant.
Oh, okay, so if ever we do decide to close it, then that would be.
The HQIM work will always stay with the math part of it, because we adopted the HQIM for the entire district for Bluebonnet math.
Okay.
The instructional leadership is going to be tweaked a little bit because the PLC is a little bit different from what we were doing under the other grant.
Oh, okay.
So this is a brand-new grant that has nothing to do with the one that they were under for the redesign
okay.
of the school for the college prep.
From a
thank you,
funding
Dr.
standpoint, we would not have to return any funds, and we would not be denying any funds associated with it. It would just be a component of that campus, if I'm not mistaken, Dr. Toppin.
The funds that they got under the LASSO 3 has to be expended before the end of this school
We
year.
would spend that out by the end of the year, so we wouldn't have that going forward. And as far as the new grant that we'll hear later, the district doesn't have to pay anything back, or it doesn't really change the funding for that. That funding could be applied
Oh, okay.
in other places, right?
In terms of the LASSO 3 grant, which is what I believe you're referring to, Spring Meadows College Prep,
Yes.
that funding ends this year. And so if that school were to close, the school, because it has adopted its own name, would close as well. We can always implement that kind of college prep model without the additional funding at other schools, but that grant itself will close. In this next board meeting, you'll be hearing about the LASSO 4 grant that we applied for and received, and that's the LIFT, and that's a different type of funding that focuses on professional learning models and training for the principals. If we close any one of the schools, of the 8 schools that received the LASSO 4, then we just wouldn't receive that funds, because the way that works is after we use up that funds, then we ask for the drawdown. So we just won't be using it.
So does it mean, Dr. Davis, that
Mrs. Davis,
wherever?
thank
Oh, Miss Davis, I'm sorry.
You spoke it into existence.
No, so does it mean like wherever the kids go to, that grant doesn't follow?
No, ma'am, it doesn't
Oh,
follow.
okay, so is that something that if we do close Spring Meadows, whichever campus are they going, is that something that we can consider to like apply for them? Because it seems like they already started it, right? And we just wanted to continue the program.
Well, that grant specifically no longer exists. It's part of a LASSO 3. But as a school district, we could continue, if we choose to, implement that kind of model without the grant funding ourselves and focus on offering, for example, AVID courses at the elementary to help our students prepare. We could focus on specific HQIM, which we are already doing, but we could focus on a model that's college prep focused without the grant.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Ms. Davis. Okay, I think I'm done with Spring Meadows. Okay, my next, I'm so sorry, guys. It's just that I put my questions by schools. Thank you. My next one would be Rolling Meadows. Because it seems like, as I'm looking at it on the map, and there's a reason why we did open up a new school in there, and with the surrounding area. It's just, to me, looking on the school, especially just visiting it too, it kind of just impressed me that it's a 15-year-old school, but as you enter, it's kind of like still brand new. It just opened up like yesterday or something. So it seems like I'm just wanted to like have maybe my opinions out there that there's a reason that we open a new school because we know that part of the area is growing, right? And it seems like it's not fair for them to be close, for it to be closed when we forced, their students, they're not utilized as much as it is because they got no choice that they were rerouted to Selma to have that numbers back there. So my question is there, I know you guys have really wanted to finalize, like three campuses, and then you would work, dig deep on the boundaries. Have you guys really did something just for that area where we know first that it's growing? There's a 5 years, projection that you guys put here. Is there a way that maybe that you guys could work on that area where those campuses nearby that can be utilized, especially Wortham Oaks is nearing on the utilization, and if they grow much, the nearest campus that they have would be Rolling Meadows and Selma, is my understanding. Is that right?
Right. Okay, so a couple of things in answering that question. So I think part of the question has to do, and I know it was raised today, about the building of Selma and it being so close to Rolling Meadows. So I do want to point out that when the bond went out originally, we were looking at much higher numbers at the Rolling Meadows area. And in fact, in 2022 and 2023, we had 892 students at that campus. However, 219 of those students were free pre-K for all. And that trend continued into the following year. And so the campus did have a higher capacity. In the year that we ended the free pre-K for all, the utilization and the enrollment of that campus dropped down to 690, resulting in about a 71% utilization of the campus. And then last year, we lost another 40 students from that campus, which dropped the utilization to 67%. So when we look at that area based on the demographer's projections, he's not projecting that particular area to grow. That's why you see a flat ±1 when it comes to student enrollment at Rolling Meadows. Even if we were to bring in a portion of that for the Selma area, what that would do is reduce the numbers at Selma and increase the numbers at Rolling Meadows. And so then you would still have two campuses with very low utilization across the board. It's simply just shifting one to the other. Part of one of the neighborhoods that currently feeds into Selma, which is one of the points that has been brought up many times about moving students. We originally had a few more students at Rolling Meadows, which reduced the numbers of students at Selma and increased the numbers at Rolling Meadows. And the decision through growth and planning and also by the board was to kind of redraw that line a little bit because we didn't want to split a neighborhood or split a street on a neighborhood, and we sent those students so that all the students in that neighborhood would then go to Selma, and that was about 100 students. So, and when you look at the distance between Rolling Meadows and Wortham Oaks, there is a lot of quarry area in that area, and it is actually 6 miles from one school to the other in terms of where that is. And so in terms of like drawing, yes, Wortham Oaks is on the northern end of the district, and yes, it is close to capacity at 82%. However, the distance that some of those students would have to, because we did actually consider at one point, there is a northern kind of corner of the area of Wortham Oaks that they did originally have. It was a chunk that was going to be bused past Wortham Oaks all the way down to Rolling Meadows to increase that. However, based on the cost of moving those students and also the inconvenience to families, that was also changed by the board through that recommendation to not send those students there. So you are dealing with some pretty long bus rides for elementary students if you were to take them from the Wortham Oaks area and send them to the Rolling Meadows area. And so, yes, you are absolutely correct. We have 2 campuses that are highly underutilized. Both are 2 newest campuses in the district that are very close in proximity to each other. As far as an efficiency, that is an inefficiency in and of itself, unfortunately.
Okay. And then I just want to understand too, Dr. Gash, if you can maybe explain it to me, that because I know that the Rolling Meadows, you mentioned earlier that it costs too much per student compared to France. Is that something, I just put, sorry, I just kind of like put it here.
So I think you're talking about the utility costs, correct?
Yes,
Yes.
exactly.
Okay,
Is
so
that
the
something
utility
to do with the
costs.
kids, or is it like the consumption of, I don't know, like the
Okay, so
school or?
it's two things. So the Ed Franz Leadership Academy only houses about 702 students, so it's a much smaller facility. It is an older facility, and so it does, based on the size of the facility, 99,000 is much less than the capacity of Rolling Meadows, which is a 968 capacity campus, I believe. Being that it is a larger campus, it has a lot more windows, it has a lot more open areas within that campus, and so just energy-wise, in terms of square footage, you're talking about a much larger square footage there, which increases the cost for those utilities. In terms of looking at the cost per student, that's one of the ways that we kind of budget for some of that, is that we look at how many students are in the building. It's one of the ways that we should be looking at how we staff our classrooms. There is a number of students in a classroom that if you don't have enough students in that classroom, based on they fund you on those students, you are not actually paying for the teacher in that classroom because you don't have enough students in there to cover the cost of paying the teacher's salary. And so this is one of those situations in terms of the number of students that are in that building. It isn't cost effective right now in terms of maintaining that from a utility standpoint. And as Dr. J said earlier, that's just one of the factors that we look at amongst all of the myriad of things associated with looking at a consolidation of a campus.
Oh, okay. Thank you. And then my last one would be on France.
On finance, I think she said. Oh, France.
France,
Okay.
yeah, sorry. That's my last goal under this. Okay, I wanted to ask about, because you did mention about the Leader in Me program, so which other campus has it? Sorry.
Dr. Saunders, do you recall which? I know we have at least one other campus that uses it.
So we have had both Crestview and Wortham Oaks that have initiated some components of Leader in Me. The Leadership Academy is the only one that follows the model to the T. Very similar to what Ms. Davis was talking about with Spring Meadows College Prep. If the Leadership Academy were to close, then that Leader in Me program can be, I'm not going to say replicated because that's very disrespectful, but could be put in place at another campus with the help from the Leadership Academy staff.
Oh, okay. So
it is a model. So you can move a model from campus to campus and move forward that way. Very similar to what Ms. Davis was saying with Spring Meadows College Prep. Although Spring Meadows College Prep, right, we wouldn't be receiving the grant funds for that if that campus were to close, but we could put those model components in place at another campus.
And the Leader in Me program it's a character enrichment program. It's based on all the work done by Stephen Covey that you've probably seen for adults in terms of, sharpening the saw. And so it incorporates some of those components for creating great leaders based on Stephen Covey's work down to the elementary level. So there's lots of ways in which we could incorporate that if that was a decision that we wanted to continue with that, even if that increased, our need to maybe offer some training at the sites that would be receiving those students.
okay, I don't have any more questions, but I just want to maybe make a statement about France. I know that you guys told us about just the criteria would be all the list that you guys said, and we shouldn't, see like the rating, I believe, right, to like set it aside, the rating even on growth and planning. But it seems like I have to say this as a parent. I know I'm a board member, but as a parent, I call Crestview and Ed France the two towers. I don't know. When I'm doing all my things in here, looking on the map, it seems like we have two strong schools on that side and an A and a B. For me as a parent, it is something that I wanted to consider, moving, as I have known also, I know Ms. Poteet mentioned about her specifically bought a house, because of Crestview. So me as a parent, I cannot, not include the rating of the school, especially if we have that two strong schools that are there, A and B, that are inviting the community, inviting, parents to have that choice, to go there. Why break it? That's just my opinion, though. It seems like they could help, these kids to grow and, succeed. It's working. So that is just something that I just put a note in here that it's hard not to consider, though, even with all the data and stuff. So thank you for accommodating all my questions. I appreciate it.
No, thank you. I just want to respond on your question about, like Franz is doing so well academically, and they do so well socially and emotionally. All our schools are. And so absolutely, when we talk about school closures and consolidations, the things and the magic that happen every day at those schools, we have to try to put that to the side, because we have to look at what the data tells us. We have to take a look at the criteria that we shared earlier. How, if we are going to close 3 schools, how can we do it effectively and efficiency so we can make certain that the transportation of students in the transition period, in the utilization of the schools, it equals out so we can get as close as we possibly can to the 85%. Because if you can get your campuses as close to 85% utilization, then you're running a very efficient school. And as Ms. Goss said, when you have 8 students in a classroom and you have 24 students in the classroom, that's a big difference on your budget. Because once you get to a certain number of students, depending on the type of students and the funding each student brings along with them, they pay for that teacher. And then on top of the other students, that adds additional revenue to the school district. But if you have lower classroom enrollment and you still have to fund that teacher, then that classroom is causing a strain on your financial budget. And so there's the factors that come across with the small learning environments, but can you afford the small learning environments? And those are the things that we're trying to even out with the task that the board has given us to find the best recommendation on closing 3 schools that would fit the needs of Judson ISD today and then in the future. You're welcome.
Ms. Canoyer? So I do want to make one correction to something that was stated, and that is that the DAEP at Franz Leadership Academy is a K-5 program. It is the elementary alternative.
I said K2.
You said K2, but it's actually K-5. I also want to talk about the Leader in Me program, where it was addressed that could start over somewhere else, but it would be a complete restart. They would not have the certification. They would not have the level that they've accomplished at Franz Leadership Academy should it move somewhere else. That's a complete restart there. And now I'm going to segue into something a little more personal. I'm the only one sitting at this dais who's actually taught in Judson ISD. I came here in 1990. I started at Candlewood Elementary the second year the school was open. When Mr. Franz, yes, Mr. Franz from Franz Leadership Academy was the principal there. Miss Houlihan was a baby, and I've known her that entire time. I spent 4 years at Candlewood, and then I moved to Elof Elementary to help open it up. I spent 11 years there. I'm going to be perfectly honest, my principal made me mad, asked me to do an assignment that I didn't think met my specific talents. And so then I moved to Kitty Hawk Middle School, where I taught English. I didn't stay there very long because an opening came up that I was encouraged to apply for in the curriculum department, where I was the elementary language arts curriculum specialist, the only one. It was me, pre-K through 5. And I did that for 4 years. And then there was another boss change, and I needed to move somewhere else. At that time, I moved to become the GT teacher at Franz Elementary. Loved it there. Program changed. I was divided into 2 campuses, Franz and Rolling Meadows. Loved Rolling Meadows. torn between two campuses was a very difficult thing for me. Look, I'm getting emotional because this is important to me. I'm one of those people who is all in. And being separated between two campuses, I couldn't do it. I couldn't be all in at two places. I was left out of a lot of things, and it was not anybody's fault. It's just how things happen. When you're on one email list for one school and not on the other, then things happen there. Then I moved to Converse Elementary, and that's where I retired from. So I have time vested in here. These people that I've made friends with, that I know well, are important to me. The families that I dealt with are important to me, and these are really, really hard decisions. I promise I am doing my very best to be as dispassionate as I can when I make these decisions. Because even though I was elected to serve District 1, Rolling Meadows, my heart is in the whole district from south to north. And I need to do what's best for the entire district and for all students. I haven't made a decision yet. I have more information to look at, more to study, more to do. But I want you to know that I am listening to everyone who's reached out, and that I am keeping an open mind as best I can with my personal prejudices and experiences. But this is really, really, really hard. And that's all I have to say.
Ms. Stanford?
Yeah. Okay, so just an overall observation, the fact that this board voted to close 4 schools doesn't mean we're going to hold to that. We have shown we can change our minds in a 2-week period. So I don't think you have to hold us to that necessarily. As information comes in, we can certainly change our mind. And I also agree we got this backwards. I feel we've been unnecessarily delayed, and I thought we were going to do the financials first and then move to the schools, which would have made more sense to me. But we have to do it now because we've got the new school year coming up and we can't delay any longer. So with that said, it looks to me like we've contributed to the underutilization at some campuses as we've redrawn. We've pulled kids from one, it's like a shell game. It's not the fault necessarily of the community and that they don't have kids to contribute to the school. We've moved them around. So we have pulled from schools and made them underutilized, right? So I am curious if redrawing could cure some of that and make it more fair. I have some scattered questions. So someone from the audience asked if repairs have to happen anyway. Even if we close a school, we can't just let that building go fallow. So do we still have to do repairs? That's one question.
Right. You want to?
I said to Ms. Lee, if there are projects that are going on and things that the facility assessment team identified as needing to be taken care of in order for it to continue as a school, and we have students in that school, then yes, those things need to continue. We need to spend the money to make those repairs. If the board makes a decision to consolidate a campus and it's no longer going to be a school, then we would evaluate what are those things that the facility assessment team identified as needing to be done, and now do we need to do those things now? Is that something where the building would sit and deteriorate, or is it something that we absolutely still need to do regardless of whether students are there or not? So again, whatever those things are that they identified, we would have to evaluate and decide, do we need to do them if it's not going to be a school? If it's going to be an office space, if it's going, if it's HVAC or, things of that nature, then yes, we would still go ahead and do those projects. But if it's a classroom where they were, you needed to do something in a classroom, but now you don't have students in there, then it's probably not a project that we're going to do. So again, we would have to evaluate what those items are to determine whether or not we would do them anyway.
And that seems also backwards to me, because I would want to know ahead of time. It's not like we're going to close this school, then we're going to find out how much we have to spend to continue repairs. That's something I think should be an upfront consideration, so that we have an accurate view of what cost is truly going to be, and I'm not feeling that. And not saying that I'm not faulting anyone, but I just think we're not doing it in the proper order. I do want to put this question out there. I didn't ask it ahead of time, but it came from the community, and I do think we need to answer this question at some point, and that's, why did the schools change? There's confusion in the community as to what happened in that changing, and I'm not saying I need an answer right now, but I think we need to be able to address that before we vote, because there's confusion and a sense of, and I have it too. I'm not sure exactly what made the changes either. So I just want to put that out there. I had not prepared anyone for that question. Do you have an answer to that question?
Well, I was going to answer your first question first, and then
Okay.
I'm not sure how we're going to answer the next question, because I don't have an answer to your next question,
Okay.
because that was not me that I don't have that answer. But I do want to address, in terms of your facilities, you said it feels like it's a little bit backwards. So in terms of the facilities assessments that have been used through this process to show what priority 1, priority 2, and priority 3, this was a process that was started last year, I want to say even probably before January. I can't remember how early, but we began meetings with VLK and also with Corgan early in 2025, if not in 2024, talking about what a long-range plan for Judson ISD would look like and what those projects might be in order to bring all of our campuses up. This was a presentation that was actually planned originally to come to the board to be reviewed back in June of last year. However, with budget constraints and all of that, that was pushed off. It was presented to the Growth and Planning meeting this fall after all of this stuff was done. And so these projects were based on a request for the district to do an evaluation through an architectural firm in terms of what needed to be done for our schools as a district as a whole. This was not something that was done in terms of the doing this work in order to prepare for a consolidation. So I think the consolidation conversation, I agree with you. In some cases, it feels like it's backwards because that data is being used. And that data was being used back with the Growth and Planning Committee. And so to just abandon that data at this point, I think is kind of, to use a word we haven't heard in a while, maybe disingenuous of us to not utilize that data and kind of explain that data in terms of how it ended up on this component. And so when we talk about, and that's one of the reasons for wanting to clarify it in terms of priority 1, priority 2, priority 3, that has to do with looking at a mass facilities plan. Obviously, moving forward, if you were to consolidate a campus, that campus could have many different purposes going forward. And depending on what you used it for, if it was for a different type of student program, you might still need to do some things like student drop-off area. But if you're using it for a commercial purpose or for a business purpose for the district, you might not need to do that renovation to the parent drop-off line. And so some of those would change. Those are all projects, though, that I want to point out that would not come out of the local budget. So what we're talking about in terms of consolidation, we need to limit it to what we're talking about with our local budget. And I'm not saying there's not a few line items on here for $50,000 of repainting some, handrails and stuff that the district couldn't do if it decided it needed to do that. But the vast majority of these projects are larger projects that would come through a bond project for the district and doesn't directly affect the local budget. But what does directly affect the local budget, as Dr. J spoke about earlier, is our fund balance and your ability to go out and request bond dollars based on that fund balance and being insured for that. And so looking future forward, that's one of the reasons we want to talk about this, is knowing what our district needs are, but then also identifying all of our sites that we're currently looking at don't have to have any of these tomorrow. And I know it's been said in several meetings, including Growth and Planning, that these are immediate needs for the district. These are not needs that have to be done even in the next year. But in terms of if we were to be in that space to go forward, these are the first immediate things that we would want to address district-wide. In the same way, when we've gone through other bond proposals, for like in 2022, we provided the list to Growth and Planning and identified what it was that you were going to go out for that bond. So I don't know if that helps to kind of clarify why that feels a little bit.
So are you saying that they wouldn't come from general funds, whatever repairs?
These repairs were not originally written to come out of general fund, was my understanding. These were for future, this was for planning, this was for a district-wide planning document. I know I heard it from, that we didn't have, like we kept saying, having all these HVAC issues that were extremely expensive in the district. Do we have a long-term plan for what that looks like so that we can get ahead of it? And that's what this was. This is a long-range planning document more than anything. But that's not to say that there's, a few line items on here, when things are under $100,000, sometimes out of your local budget, you can cover those if it's absolutely needed. But this is more of a long-range planning document for those sites versus something that had to come out of the local budget next year. So any of these repairs that are listed as priority one are not items that would attribute to our deficit right now. That would have to be a choice that the board made to add that to the deficit, because they're not things that have to happen tomorrow in order to maintain these sites.
Okay, so that's not an urgent matter.
It is not an urgent
Okay.
matter, no, ma'am.
All right, so
If I may,
thank you
Ms.
for that.
Stanford.
Kind of a general question. Did someone, I'm sorry?
No, you had
Oh,
a
yes,
second
ma'am.
question, and I want to take a stab
Yes,
at
ma'am.
it because it did happen when I was
Okay.
sitting in the seat. And so on the night of the growth and planning meeting, when we brought all the growth and planning people back together again, and we were in the room that night, and there, again, a lot of emotion, a lot of talking that went back and forth that night. And so, and then over the course of the evening, we received countless emails from growth and planning members and people that were in that room that night that expressed their, I guess, the frustration they felt as if they had wasted time with providing their recommendations and whatnot. So we came back together the very next morning as a cabinet, and we met and went through, talked about the emails that we received, went back and looked at what they were looking at. We also looked at the boundaries that had been provided to us for that meeting that night, because we had them also posted along the walls that talked about the different consolidations that could possibly happen and the campuses that were under question. And at that particular meeting that morning in cabinet, we decided to go back to Zonda, our demographer, and have them go back and work some different scenarios of different closures using what we were getting from growth and planning meeting from that night before, and talking about the campuses that were not originally included on the first 5 that were submitted to the board when we made our recommendation. And looking at what they were putting in for their boundaries, we noticed that there was a need to switch schools based on what they were saying, that the boundaries had to be done as far as how the kids were going to be transported across the district. So that led to us changing the schools that were on the list. We originally had probably the majority of the ones that were recommended by Growth and Planning on the original list that came out from us to the board. And then we added 2 more that we did not have from Growth and Planning to that list and switched them out. Again, getting data in the time frame, and I will say that in the time frame that Dr. Gosch was sitting in the chair, she had met with Zonda, then I met with Zonda, so we were going back. I think we ended up going back to them that day with 16 different scenarios we wanted them to look at, and so that they can go back and rework it. And then we gave y'all a different set of scenarios for the meeting that we had that Saturday. And so we listen to our stakeholders in Judson ISD. That is one thing that I have known in the 25 years that I've been here, that if we have a committee, if we have parents emailing, if we have constituents emailing us, we do listen to what they have to say. And we felt as a cabinet the next morning that we need to answer to what the growth and planning people were feeling in the emails that they sent to us, and go back to Zonda and ask for something different. And when we looked at what they gave us, that's what made the change come about.
Okay. Thank you. Which just goes to show that things can change. So depending on how you look at it, and that's why I want to be sure we're doing this in a very thoughtful, deliberate, and careful manner. Another concern I have is the transportation costs, and not only the cost of transportation, but the efficiency. I brought an email from a parent who said that in the last school year, there's not been 1 month that her child has gotten to school on time, that one whole month in a row that her child's gotten to school on time, and that's with our current transportation system. So I'm not just concerned about the cost of adding buses and new routes, I'm concerned about the efficiency of those new routes. And if we have kids with our current system, and I want to know if we can find out how many. I mean, there should be a record of how many students are tardy to class in the first period to give us an idea of just how efficient is our current system. So that is one thing that, I don't say we have it right now, but I'm just saying that's something we should look at. Because if we're going to expand our demand for transportation, how can we be sure we're going to be more efficient than we're being right now? And I don't know if we have an assessment of our efficiency.
Well, we don't have an assessment of our efficiency as far as that is concerned. But what we do have is when we looked at the data, one of the key components was the distance between the school that would be consolidated and then the receiving school. And when you look at those numbers, you'll see when we bring our recommendation forward, we took all those items into consideration. And then absolutely, once we get some direction from the board on Tuesday night on which way we're going to go, then that's when we begin really diving down into the next step, doing the routes, finalizing the streets, making sure the boundaries are correct. But we need some direction from you when we get to that point on what schools we're going to accept for the closure.
Okay. This is a general question. If we close one school, do all the lines have to be redrawn for the entire district? Is that a ripple effect? Does it change everything, or does it just impact the area right around that school?
The reason I'm going to say this, and I hate to say this, but it depends. It depends what school we close and where that school is located, if we just do one.
Okay, have we looked at that? I mean,
our task today was to bring three schools to be recommended for consolidation. We were not given the task to look at one. And so what we did is put the three schools together that we're recommending to bring forward to the board today.
okay, and the reason I ask is because I'm just wondering if we can delay some, because I'm leaning toward feeling that 4 all at once is so much of a heavy lift that we could afford, and plus, the savings for one school, is it 1.5 million? Is that where we landed on now? 1.5 million?
Based on the assessment from Moat Casey, that is kind of the middle ground. So it's a range from 1.3 to 1.6 something. And so it's kind of the range in the middle of about 1.5 reoccurring every single year. We could realize more than that depending on, the schools that are consolidated, because with each scenario there has to be a variance. And so some of the questions you're wanting to know on the specifics of that, until we know for sure and can tell families, there's not a way to determine the specific cost associated with that. So we have to base it on that average of what school districts typically, and they did look at our existing payroll. And again, please remember that the majority of the savings that we are saving with the consolidation of the school is not in any of those other aspects. We are talking about staff and only about $500,000 of other costs that could be incorporated into that $1.5 to $1.6 million savings.
And can we get a specific breakdown before we vote on Wednesday?
A breakdown of the staff?
No, a breakdown of the 1.5 million?
Yes, ma'am. It's in your packet. It is in all the documentation that was uploaded to you when you did it is a slide from Moat Casey that was incorporated into the packet back when you voted on the 4 schools to close, and it's also incorporated in the packet that was uploaded to the board book last night.
Okay. Didn't it? It's in the packet. It's this one. Okay, I didn't see that. Okay, thanks. Oh, yeah. I didn't print the whole thing out. Yeah.
And Ms. Stanford, you said Wednesday, it's Tuesday.
I'm sorry, Tuesday. Sorry. Let's see. Then I have some specific questions. For example, would Crestview take both Franz and Miller's Point? That's what it looked like?
It would not be able to house both.
But it
No,
looked
ma'am.
like it would not.
It would not.
So that wouldn't be an option. And how would closing Spring Meadows impact the college prep part? Would the college prep part have to move, or would it stay there?
So
How
I
does that
believe,
work?
I'm going to let Ms. Davis answer that because that's part of the innovation piece.
I know. So where would it
It
go?
would close. Spring Meadows,
Yeah.
when
the
we're
college
talking
prep.
about consolidating, we're talking about consolidating from pre-K 4 through 5th grade. So Spring Meadows College Prep
Yeah.
is the primary part,
Right.
and Spring Meadows proper, or Spring Meadows Elementary, is 3 to 5. And so we're talking about consolidating all of it.
I think it would be similar to what we were talking about with the Leader in Me that Ms. Canoyer was referring to. We have other campuses, as Dr. Saunders said, that have implemented portions of that, but it would require a complete restart of that entire process, which, as Ms. Davis said earlier, as far as the college prep, we could take the model, I suppose, and try to begin some of those practices and incorporate some of that, but in terms of moving the whole thing, that doesn't happen. In the same way that you can't just pick up what has been accomplished through what they've done at Franz and just pick up and say, one of the other campuses is going to do it. So the same would be true for the college preparatory component of that. It does not affect the Woodlake Hills Middle School portion of that, though.
All right. And if Miller's Point can't be a receiving campus, how would Elof and Hartman be impacted? So I see there's some balancing act.
So when you say
Issues.
Miller's Point, so if you were to close Miller's Point and Spring Meadows, is that what you're asking?
It says Miller's Point was shown as a possible.
A possible receiving campus, but if you closed both of those, it could not receive
Could
any
not be.
students. Correct.
Right.
And so those students would all have to be pushed to the lower section, and maybe some of those, because the Miller's Point students would have to go to Crestview, and then they would have to go to Salinas, and then the Spring Meadows students would then be pushed down to some of those other campuses, which would be Hartman and would be Elof. You might have to have some further distance travel to either Converse or down to Woodlake, which would increase your bus times and your cost for absorbing all of those students in that particular area if you were to close both of those campuses.
Okay. So just in summary, and I want to say, I don't see us closing 4 schools at once, so I would be looking at less than that at this point, unless I see something different. Thank you.
I would, one piece of data that I would recommend, I know when Dr. Toppin presented it as well, when we talked about the 3 to 5, we talked about the capacities and the number of schools and where the majority of our students were housed. So you may want to look at some of that as well, because I know on the southern end of our district, that's a lot of where our larger population is, where on the northern half of the district, we don't have as many students in that particular area, because even though we didn't necessarily focus on that as this part of the presentation, the documentation that was included in that packet that Dr. Toppin went over with y'all in the February 9th meeting is applicable to this conversation as well. I don't know if that will help you as you go. I just mentioned that as you go back, because I know, knowing you, you will go back and you will look at all the data that is there. So I just wanted to point out that you may want to go pull some of that data as well, because we did not necessarily replicate everything from that into this particular process.
I did have one quick question. I know that you said at the end you were going to be presenting your recommendations. Are we at that point now, just to kind of get an idea of what administration is leaning towards?
Yes, ma'am. We wanted to make sure, as we went through the presentation, that if anyone had any questions about all the schools, so we could discuss all the scenarios that you have. And then as we get to the recommendation piece, which is next. We'll then see the schools, and then we can discuss the recommendation at the time. Okay?
At this point, I just really want to say, again, this is a difficult decision for all of us. None of us want to be here closing schools. We absolutely don't. But we've gotten it from all of our superintendents at this point. We are going to have to move forward and shut schools. The consistent number I'm hearing is 4. I know that there's an argument to be made to kind of hold off and wait, but that's kind of what got us here at this point. I'm tired of holding our community hostage. I'm tired of making our schools wait, making our parents wait, making our teachers wait. This decision needs to be made, and I don't want to come back here next year trying to close an additional 2 schools. Our administration is recommending the 4 schools, and that's painful. It's painful for every single one of us. This is going to upend district lines. It's going to move my kids to a different school. This is a difficult decision for all of us. At this point, I don't really have any other further questions. This was a pretty intensive, data-driven packet. But obviously, if anything comes to me, I'll definitely be sending out emails or phone calls. So if anybody else has anything to say.
If something is painful, you stop it. You don't go through it to go through the pain. So I would say, regardless of the importance of this decision, I do disagree with the sentiment that we've been just kicking this can down for this decision. We were strategically moving forward, meaning we were looking for an increase in the basic allotment. We were looking for a VADER to pass. We were looking for avenues to avoid being here right now. So we weren't just saying we don't want to deal with it. We dealt with it strategically. And then when it came to middle schools in December of 2024, we said we need smaller middle school campuses as a strategy to address social, emotional, and academic wellness. So this was not kicking the can down. This was literally trying to be strategic and thoughtful about how to move forward. So now we're at this point. The VADER has failed. You know, we didn't get an increase in the basic allotment. We have to close schools. And now what I'm saying, to reemphasize my point, is we don't have to close 3 elementary schools. Literally, we don't. We can close 1. And that's compromise, right? We have to build consensus and work together. 1 elementary school was it. And that's just because I understand we have to be responsible with looking where we have to consolidate for taxpayer efficiency and just budgetary reasons. Yes. But we certainly do not need to close 3 elementary schools. I've not seen anything in the argument. I did have a comment that we probably haven't weighted academic success as heavily as we need to in making this decision. I appreciate Ms. Lee's remark in regards to ratings. You know, I mentioned to some colleagues that we were going to close a B-rated campus, and they looked at me like I was crazy. Really? You're going to close a B-rated campus? You don't do that. So the logic is that we apply thoughtfulness and strategy, and we work forward to it. So my question, though, that I have as a rebuttal as I'm thinking through all this is, you're going to make a recommendation for 3 campuses. We certainly don't need to take 3 campuses. We can move forward with 1 or 2 or whatnot, and then reconsider next year based on variables that could happen. So I really forgot my question, but that's okay. It's just a lot going through my mind in terms of what I want to say. But I guess we will revisit things. We have an opportunity to look at things. I do seriously think that if we take our time and we look at some of the recommendations that I brought forward about moving 6th grade in there for utilization purposes, you know, any of these other things, what restaffing could do, what a different compensation plan would look like for campuses that are smaller, all that could impact the budget. And then what I didn't note is that during when we would have had our budget discussions, there was a recommendation to reduce 226 days by 6 days, which would save another $1 million. I'm just telling you, there are buckets of revenue savings that will not impact students, but they will save our bottom line for that $35 million deficit that we have. So again, I still say it is fool's gold. We're not going to save as much money, but we're going to hurt students and community members by closing more than 1 campus. And I can't overstress that point. So we'll see your recommendations, but clearly we have options, and you should be interested in exploring those options and know that that would be better for our community.
Mr. Macias, just a quick question. Have you presented those options to administration prior to today? And question of the administration, have you considered those options that Mr. Macias has
I
putting
just made
forward?
those options today about the 6th grade. But see, what has to happen is we should have had budget discussion, and we didn't.
Again, for the administration, have you considered these options?
Yes, ma'am. When we look at slicing down the budget deficit, there's multiple factors and practices that you do in a school district. The first one, of course, is you take a look at your huge financial deficit and how you can carve that down. One is closing of schools. The reason that that is occurring is because that is a huge expense to school districts, and you can eliminate some of that expense by doing that, repurposing, and taking a look at how we're staffing our schools and what is the percentage of utilization that is in the schools. The other thing is, like we talked about earlier, the personnel. And in the personnel, you look at the number of people that you have. Mr. Macias made a really good point that that is our next process too, once we get a decision from the board on here, is you take a look at the amount of people that we have in the positions, how many positions and how many days do they work? What is the responsibilities that go along with the positions? Are we compensating them appropriately? And where are the needs for these positions and programs? And so there's a whole thing. And then even on the district side, we have a commitment to take a look at all our commitments and contracts. For an example, this is not something we're doing right now, but for an example is you look at all the copy machines across the district. What type of contract do we have? Are they piecemealed, or when the time comes up, we go out for an RFP and make sure we get the best cost for there? Same with who's providing materials and supplies for us in the maintenance and operations department. We're going to whittle down all those things just like you would do if you got on a tight budget. Where are we going to be able to cut the savings as much as possible? But all that comes right after this. This is our big chunk on the table. Wherever you decide as a board on Tuesday night will then give us direction on what do we have to do next in order to be able to cut down some more of that budget deficit.
As a matter of fact, on the CAPAs that we really never talked about that we had posted, it states that there would be, if we eliminated the Print Center, $160,000 in savings. So we have talked about these things. We should have had a much more thorough conversation about it, so we can pick the ball up. But the point that I'm trying to stress, school consolidations is definitely part of the process, but it shouldn't be the one that is a vanguard, that we're leading budget discussions on something that really ultimately is not the most expensive part of our budget. Personnel is, staffing is, and that's really where we should have been placing some emphasis, even reducing days. $1 million by just reducing 6 days. That's a significant amount of money, you know, and if we're gonna save 1.4 million or something, or 1.5 for closing an elementary school, 1 million by reducing 6 days, and we don't have to close a school. It's literally a difference of $500,000. Do you see that logic? It doesn't make sense to me. And why, again, I will support one school closure only, because that makes sense for our community. Let's revisit 2 more with the scenario next year. There's nothing wrong with doing hard work. We've had a lot of board meetings. I'm not complaining I got to be here. Our job is to work for our community. So next year, let's come back and look at what those variables are with private school voucher attendance, charter schools, employee attrition, and make a good decision, and not just say, hey, we're just going to close them all now just so we don't have to make a decision next year, because we'll be here having to work through that anyway.
I just want to make a point before we move on, is that absolutely this is a very, very difficult decision for the Board of Trustees. But I also want you to know this is a very difficult decision and difficult work, but we're not afraid of the hard work by the cabinet and staff. All our cabinet and staff right here, they have many years invested, many institutional knowledge, and much history. But we were given a task directed by the Board of Trustees to come forward with the best plan possible for the closure of 3 elementary schools. And so that is what we did today. And absolutely, as you have your information and as you use and go through it this weekend up until Tuesday, please contact me. Give me your questions, and then the questions that you give me, we'll share with the rest of the board as well as the cabinet to get that information for you. We would never want you to make a decision without all the information you possibly can have. That's our responsibility. And so I'm getting ready to carry out this next task, and I'm going to tell you why we did these and how we came to that decision.
I
Okay?
did have one more point. Just Ms. Stanford?
You can leave it right there.
Right. I had meant to agree with Ms. Lee. We are not only facing a fiscal challenge, we're also facing an academic challenge. So we can't only look at the fiscal. The academic has to be just as vitally important and considered in whatever we do. And it makes sense to me to try to feed more kids to successful schools, those that have higher ratings, rather than to close schools that have higher ratings, especially given our academic deficit. We have that too right now. It's not only fiscal, so we need to balance both of those pictures so that we're not pulling our legs out from under us on the academic while we're going for numbers. So that's where I would want to see us weigh those two things together reasonably, rationally, and not rush into something just for dollars only. So that's my...
Remember when we first started our conversation and what we had for our information? It was based on the age of the facilities, the capacity of the facility, the potential for growth, the travel and distance to the feeder schools, the utility costs, the overall cost per student, and also the receiving campuses' capacities. And as Mr. Macias stated earlier, we don't want to be here every year. We don't want to do this all the time. But we have a responsibility to take a look at what the data tells us, and then you as a board collectively will let us know what your decision is, and whatever you decide, absolutely, we're going to follow. But this, based on the data and based on the information and what I have been directed to do by the board collectively from the action, these are the three schools that we feel, in working with everything we've done, that we're recommending for you to consider for closures.
I have one more point. Well, we suspended the rules, right?
Ms. Stanford?
Okay. So this is just a real quick observation, and that's the potential for growth is impacted by the lines we draw. Isn't that true? The lines we draw will impact the potential for growth. So it's not just built into the cake already, we're going to impact that with what we do. So it's not already just set in stone. So we need to keep that in mind as well.
Also, I think we did just suspend the rules for the 5-minute period to ask questions. So if we can go back to like normal governance here, that would be great.
Yes.
Dr. Jackledge?
Yes, ma'am. So if you'll look at our recommendations, you can see them up on the screen. And the reason I want to take a pause is because absolutely, this is an emotional issue. Absolutely, we have disappointed community members and family members in the audience. We have disappointed board members because nobody wants to see that. But from all the data that we put together, and we're going to show you on the next slide, the rationale. One is really big about the utilization of our campuses and how we can district-wide utilize our students across our district so we can make sure we get the closest point of getting our schools filled and utilized. We also had to take a look at the middle school distribution after we put these plans together, and then also future capacities if we do have growth, what and how we can absorb that, and this plan allows us to do that. It also gives us the proximity for transition from all the schools. It also allows us to take a look at here we are, and now we can take a look at future enrollment projections so we can help with staffing, supporting our schools, getting resources, transportation, and boundaries. And then the next rationale is the future repurposing of those schools that will be consolidated and give us some opportunities to take a look at all the different options we have across our community and with partners outside and inside to make sure that we can make those buildings last and pay dividends for us in the future. Go ahead.
So as we stated earlier, in terms of looking at this, so this is actually the distribution of students and the utilization that we have been provided based on the configuration of the map as it exists with the consolidation of Park Village, Ed Franz leadership, and Rolling Meadows elementary campuses. I do want to point out, basically, in terms of looking at this, of our utilization of our sites and the movement of those students. We are getting closer to that 85%. I know we said earlier, we talked about the need to try to get our campuses somewhere between 70 and 85% in terms of capacity. When we look at our district overall, this does bring us up to a 71.2% capacity and utilization of our campuses based on those sites. As we look at those grade levels, we can see how those students are spanned across the campuses in terms of campus sizes. One of our goals here is to also, if you will look at the EE through 5 numbers that you see there, our numbers range anywhere from our smallest campus at 517, I believe, is what it would be at Candlewood. And then our largest campus being in the 700s, the 767, there you would see at Selma based on the consolidation of that piece. Now, some of these numbers may change slightly as those lines are specifically redrawn with some of the streets. However, our goal was to not have campuses with 300 students and some campuses with 800 or 900 students. One of the things that we were asked by the Growth and Planning Committee is try to look at, can we, create a spot, because we know once you get, over, and I believe Hopkins is right there at the 750 as well, and has been for some time being in that southern area, but we are also able to absorb some of those students even from masters and bring their numbers down to about 80% by looking at some of these reconfigurations. It's been mentioned several times today about, as we redraw boundary lines, does this create the utilization? One of the reasons I mentioned the data that we've looked at in the past about campuses is that our southern campuses, with the exception, I believe, of Candlewood, which had a little bit lower capacity there, if you look at where Candlewood is, we are able to bring some students into Candlewood. But our other campuses that we're looking at on the southern end are where our larger capacities are when you begin to look at Pashal, when you begin to look at Spring Meadows, and you look at some of those campuses in terms of moving some of those students. So this does incorporate a redrawing. It kind of levels those capacities out in terms of utilization. I also want to point out how this affects our middle school closure. So with this, that also means that where those students are going, we are now aligning that with our middle schools. You will notice on the chart here, this is with the Judson Middle School closure that we spoke about last week. If these were the 3 campuses, we are increasing our utilization of all of our sites across that. And I want to point out, it may look a little odd that it's showing 6th through 8th grade on there, which is what we are currently in terms of students at those sites. The 5th through 7th grade is looking forward to next year based on the revision of the consolidation of these 3 campuses. That is what the population for next year's 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, that's why it says 5th through 7th. It's not that we're moving 5th grade to junior high. It is, we're trying to look at, if we look at our current students from the makeup of what we've redesigned here, that 5th through 7th grade students, that's what those campuses would be. And you can see that our utilization of our middle school campuses also increases at every single site. I know that that Kirby has been one of those campuses that we've been concerned about of being extremely underutilized, and this does bring some more students as we begin to move those boundary lines around there. So it impacts both scenarios when you start to look at the overall picture, because when you're consolidating a campus, we are no longer just looking at how those affect our elementary campuses. This is about an entire group of students. It affects, if we change a boundary, even if you change a boundary and you reposition students, let's say we redraw the boundaries and we reposition students to try to take a campus that doesn't have students in it and we try to move them forward, you're either looking at longer bus rides or you're looking at still changing the course of where that student may go to middle school, where that student may go to high school. So this, regardless of the process, it does matter in terms of where the elementary school is and which ones we make, and then where those middle school students will go, and then where those middle school students then go to high school. You may recall that in the closure of Judson Middle School, we stated several times that we would need to split some of our middle school campuses in terms of where those students would go to high school. Half of the campus would go to one high school and half of the students would go to the other. And that is not broken down here in terms of the high schools for the feeders there, but this does show the utilization so that we're able to create utilizations from elementary all the way to our middle school level with these consolidations that make sense for operational in terms of the data and the operational components of managing the school district. Great. We have another pause for questions about the recommendation or anything that Dr. J could answer or I can answer or anyone else on cabinet for that section.
Okay, I would like to reiterate, I think we are going to go back to our 5-minute versus and 3-minute rules because we've already been able to ask all of our questions at this point. And I'll start down here on this end, Ms. Knoyer.
I don't have any other commentary at this time. I would like to ask that this presentation be emailed to us so that we have all this data
Absolutely.
in this format to look at as well. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Stanford? Mr. Macias?
I believe I've made my point pretty much again and again. I still will not support any closure except for one elementary school. And I'll look at the data. I will also probably examine other elementary schools just because there may be other options. But I would again implore that, we can look at 2 schools again next year as well, because again, we don't know what's going to happen. So I'm not saying one school this year and no more schools. We just don't know. Things change. So I do appreciate administration's work on this. I don't want it appearing that you are going to be demonized because you made the recommendation. The board action did say bring schools. You guys did your job. You brought us schools. So we at least have some good information to evaluate. But I would still say ultimately I feel very comfortable with one campus, and we'll move strategically forward. My question earlier that I couldn't remember to ask was feeder schools, feeder patterns. We talked about having one campus per feeder, and so just remind me, are Ed Franz and Rolling Meadows feeding to the same?
So yes, they are. So in what was listed on the February 9th, if you recall, when it came to the 4 campuses, there were 2 possibilities on there, one from each feeder, and or it could be 2 from the north and the middle, simply based on the fact that the southern region of the district already only had 6 elementary schools that fed into the Wagner feeder pattern. These feeder patterns obviously have to be redrawn, and we haven't brought that yet because we want to make sure we get everything drawn and we get the numbers because, Judson High School and Wagner High School are both 6A schools, and we need to make sure that that maintains. Based on the recommendation here, it does not actually close or consolidate any of the campuses in the southern region that currently feed Wagner. And so I don't know that that would change anything on that particular feeder pattern. But yes, there are 2 campuses in the northern section of the district that are being consolidated. And if you go back to the data that was presented there, one of the reasons for that is that there are more campuses underutilized in the northern region of the district than in any of the other regions associated. And so in terms of redistricting and redrawing some of those lines to pull those students back up there, you were having to pull from pretty far in order to bring the students up into that particular area. As you begin to study the map, I encourage you to look at the map and look at where the students are and look at those numbers and identify just how far we would need to take students in order to redraw the maps if you were to go with the option of not wanting to close any schools. As Ms. Stanford said earlier, to kind of look at what that looks like in terms of moving those students around. But the feeder patterns would definitely be one of the next things that we would do once we finalized the exact streets associated with where students lived and which campus once the vote is done. But we can't redesign feeder patterns. Right now, we have our feeder patterns as they stand. Until we know what schools are being consolidated, we cannot revise feeder patterns.
One of my things that I've noticed in my time as a school board trustee is that the southern end of the district, there's more students that are economically disadvantaged. I mean, they're throughout our district, but the northern end is not as much. There's more stability financially in families. And so when there is more stability, families tend to evaluate other choices, like charter schools. So one of the things that we could do to go forward is, what is our loss? How many students are living in Judson ISD and going somewhere else? And if they're going somewhere else, then we just need to find out why they're not picking our campus, because the students may be there, but it's a competitive environment now. So if we're going to be strategic, we look at where our deficiencies are, because I can tell you, Ed France and Rolling Meadows are awesome campuses. And so we're doing our job. Now, we're not communicating that, or if community members are not coming to our schools at those areas, why? And then can we take some of those deficiencies and add them to Rolling Meadows and Ed France to then be accommodating to the community that's making choices? I mean, if we can boost enrollment by bringing kids back, we've all talked about doing that here too. But again, that's another reason why we shouldn't rush, and we should be strategic and look at all of these avenues, because that's the first thing with this recommendation that I'm thinking about, that you have families not attending schools in the boundaries because of whatever their choices are. But just a note. Thank you. Sure.
Ms. Stanford?
Yeah, that is something I didn't get to bring up, but I've been to a session in conferences before where districts aggressively began to market to the areas around them, and that's not something public schools have been really used to. They don't think in terms of marketing, customer service, reaching out to surrounding to the families around them that are not choosing their school. I would like to see us put some money into that effort and try to pull in more students. We just seem to be letting them go like, oh, well, they're gone. Now we have to downsize. I'd love to see some effort to reach out to them. It's been done successfully. So we haven't really discussed that or tried that or have a plan in place for that. And I would really like to see us look at something along those lines. And we should be doing that anyway. Whether we close schools or not, we should be doing that.
Ms. Jones?
Can this be uploaded to the public view and board book so the community can go and access it rather than having to just watch the meeting?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Lee?
I just want to thank you, Dr. J, and all the cabinet for bringing up a really great presentation. It really helped me a lot. But, and thank you also for the schools that are here, the community. We all hear you, but I have a challenge to probably maybe email you guys, because I'm looking at like the data that you guys presented here. And aren't we supposed to look on the utilization, like the higher the number, the better, right?
Yes.
Because I saw an option there that is higher than what you're recommending right now. Is that something I can brought to the table and maybe ask? You know, like what would it look like if this is the choice that we're doing instead of the recommendation? Are you guys open with that, or?
I think you're referring to the sheet where we showed the three campuses side by side. Yeah, so we had the three campuses side by side, and I think one of the reasons when we look at that is that those other two options had campuses where we were exceeding the 85%, and in some cases exceeding the 85% by a significantly large amount.
Yes, because I think you guys brought up, because I have even like the Woodlake and Olympia in there and everything that I did consider, you know, like because I did my own ranking. I'm sorry, but I did. This is just me, you know, like how I work, like how I, you know, to come up with 3 schools. But as I was looking, all the ones that you guys gave us, even when Olympia and Woodlake is there, I did consider them all. And I did find something that, because we're targeting, you know, the utilization, I believe, that's across the district so that efficiently across the campus. And I do have one that I did see that it's like higher than, you know, the result is higher than what's recommendation. So is that something you guys are open if I did ask that?
One of the things that we always will do is take a look at data and information, but I do want you to know the utilization is an important factor in our decision-making, but the other factors that we mentioned also blend into there. And so one doesn't overshadow the other. There's not one more important. It's a collective group of putting all the data and putting the scenarios together as far as how we can transfer students to the receiving schools, what would be the feeder patterns to the middle schools, how successful those students would be in that transition. And then following this, whatever the board decides to do on Tuesday night, then we need to start working with our campuses and start going to the next step as far as having parent meetings and community meetings and meeting with the staff and the principals and things like that. And I believe that's kind of like the next steps that we wanted to show you what we're going to do. But what I wanted to really point out is with Cabinet, we peppered each other. We went through the data. We put all the different scenarios together. Everybody worked really hard, really long nights, as well as doing their job during the day, because we know what a responsibility this is. And when you bring this forward, like as a superintendent, I'm bringing this recommendation forward to you. This is the best recommendation we have. We wouldn't have brought this of these 3 schools if there was any other scenario that would be better.
Did anybody else have anything else they'd like to add? Ms. Knoyer?
I just want to thank everyone who came here today to speak to us and all the people who have sent us emails. I've tried to respond to everybody. I hope I didn't overlook anyone who reached out to me. And I will repeat what I've said to most of you, which is this is really, really hard stuff, hard decisions to make. And I do appreciate all the input from all of you. So thank you all.
I want to join in that. Thank you all for being here today and emailing us.
Just following along those lines, yeah, I'd like to thank everybody for coming out today. This is a hard decision. We're all going to take all of this information and go back.
There's one more.
And go through the numbers again.
Because that's in the operational piece.
Just, again, we're sorry that we're here. I don't think any of us are happy that we're here. But it's just the situation we find ourselves in. Does anybody else have anything else to say? Okay. If not, then there being no further business, this meeting is adjourned at 2:02 p.m.
Then we were, okay.